Tonight, the buzz is building here at the Democratic National Convention as Kamala Harris prepares to accept the nomination for president. What is her vision for the country?
Then Eye on America, a movement getting political opposites to talk on the CBS Evening News.
I'm Nancy Cordes at the United Center in Chicago, and welcome to a special Democratic National Convention edition of America Decides. Well, it's the fourth and final night, the big night of the Democratic National Convention. Just a little while ago, we saw Pink rehearsing ahead of her big performance tonight. And with 75 days until Election Day, Vice President Kamala Harris is going to take center stage tonight and officially accept her party's nomination for president, making history as the first Black woman and the first South Asian woman to be nominated by a major party in the United States. Before we get to Harris's big speech, though, we're also going to hear from Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, his wife, former Congresswoman and gun violence survivor Gabby Giffords, and former Congressman Adam Kinzinger of Illinois, this state where the convention is happening. He's a Republican who broke with his party over impeaching former President Donald Trump in the wake of the January 6th attack. To discuss all of this and what we can expect, I'm joined now by my White House colleague, Weijia Jiang, who is here with me, and Finn Gomez, our political director, down near the floor. Welcome to both of you. Weijia, I will start with you. There was this unexpectedly emotional moment last night that was really the highlight of the night, I think, for a lot of Democrats, and it came when Governor Tim Walz was speaking about his family. Let's take a listen.
Hope, Gus, and Gwen, you are my entire world, and I love you. I'm letting you in on how we started a family, because this is a big part about what this election is about. Freedom.
So that was the governor's son, Gus, who we saw there tearing up, obviously extremely proud of his father. And I spoke to someone close to Governor Walz today who said that the family is overwhelmed, but also overjoyed by all the support and love that they've been getting online, and that Gus in particular has been getting online.
Well, you know, Nancy, you and I, in doing our research about Governor Walz, watched a lot of videos of him and his daughter, Hope. And she had sort of broken out as this star in the family because she trolls her father in a funny way. But you're absolutely right. Last night was all about Gus Walz. And it just goes to show that when you're trying to tell somebody's story, you can have a perfectly curated list of guests. But this was an unscripted moment, and it really resonated with people as Walz was trying to share with them what he was like as a father, what he was like as a coach, as a former teacher. And I think that speaks volumes about, you know, the way that he was raised, as an example. And, you know, his parents have been very open about talking about his nonverbal learning disabilities, about his ADHD. So it was a real triumph for Gus to be able to open up that way. And I don't think that he could have controlled it. And so many parents, I think, resonated with that moment. But it was, I think, probably the highlight of the night for so many people, because it captured, again, this family dynamic. It allowed us to see the Walz family.
Right. I mean, when you're trying to tell the American people who you are and trying to get them to trust you, there's no better way, perhaps, than showing them that your family really likes you.
Exactly.
Finn, I want to go to you because the expectations for Kamala Harris now are really sky high, not only because we have seen so many over-the-top speeches over the course of this week from the Obamas, from Hillary Clinton, last night from Governor Walz, but because speaker after speaker over the past 3 days has been insisting that she is filled with joy, and now the pressure is on to display that joy to the country tonight.
Yeah, that's right, Nancy. But it's not just joy. I mean, there's another word that I've been hearing around this convention before, and that has been hope. There's also been an expectation of optimism, right? There's a sense of a high road strategy that Vice President Harris is taking in contrast to what Democrats here are saying is a much more darker tone, much more darker tenor that is emanating from the Trump campaign. There's a stark difference that they feel, delegates here that I speak to feel, that she can really showcase. And that is what they're trying to showcase. Not only that, but also like this hopeful and optimistic expectation of what her agenda is, in contrast to former President Trump's.
You know, Weija, one of the main goals of a convention, besides defining your own candidate and building them up, is to define the opposition. And last night, Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Leader, talked about former President Trump like he was one person in a bad relationship. Take a listen to the way he put it.
Donald Trump is like an old boyfriend who you broke up with, but he just won't go away. He has spent the last 4 years spinning the block, trying to get back into a relationship with the American people. Bro, we broke up with you for a reason.
So Democrats are having some fun with coming up with new ways to criticize Donald Trump.
And new ways to reach out to those younger voters, right? I mean, I think the campaign really had to tweak the lingo when it realized it had a different kind of momentum and energy with this candidate compared to Joe Biden. So we saw from the very get-go, Kamala is brat. We have seen so many memes of her on social media because they really want to connect with those youthful voters because they matter. These are a whole new crop of voters who could not vote 4 years ago, maybe weren't paying attention 8 years ago. And so I think anytime that you can have that conversation in that kind of way, it's really meaningful. And so not only are they relying on people to speak like that about the vice president who have worked with her, but tonight we will hear from her sister. And I wanted to mention that because it's the first time that we will hear from someone who's really close to her. We know that family is so important to her. She, you know, talks about her sister a lot. I just saw Maya Harris backstage and she was beaming and she was laughing and she looked quite excited. So I'll also be watching for how she frames, you know, what her sister can do compared to the former president.
Her sister and her brother-in-law very involved with the campaign itself as they were in 2019 rather. Finn, I want to ask you about something I was told by the campaign today. They say that yesterday, once again, was their biggest grassroots fundraising day ever, I suppose, off the strength of Governor Tim Walz's speech. I've lost track of how many times they've said, no, this was the biggest fundraising day. But explain why that matters. How does that translate into energy, into volunteering, and ultimately into votes?
Look, we have 75 days left from here until the November 5th election, Nancy. One of the indicators, clear indicators of how well a campaign is doing is fundraising. And their fundraising has been through the roof. It's been historic in nature, what we've seen in the past month, in the last 24 hours. And what the campaign has told us is that, you know, this sort of turbocharged effort indicates that the momentum is on their side. And that, yes, the convention is happening. There's a lot of focus on her. There's a lot of focus on her campaign right now, you know, on purpose. But, you know, but there is a true sort of seismic change that we have seen on that front in the last month. I mean, you know, this is my 5th presidential cycle that I've covered. And you just do not, it's a rare thing to see that in such a truncated amount of time, to see that much money raised, and you know, and again, it shows that it's an indicator of where the momentum lies with just 2.5 months until the election.
Right, and certainly the candidate who has the most money doesn't always win, but it does give you lots of options when you've got a lot of cash in the bank. Finn Gomez, Weija Jiang, thanks so much for setting up what will be the biggest night here at the Democratic National Convention. We'll talk to you in a little bit.
Great to see you.
Tonight I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote.
That was former President Trump accepting his party's nomination back in July. Tonight, as we've been discussing, it is Kamala Harris's turn. Coming up, what exactly we can expect from her speech. We've got some details. You're streaming America Decides.
In the name of the hardworking Americans who make up our forgotten middle class, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States.
These are the stories
1, 2, 3, go!
of we, the people.
We're trying to generate our own hope.
It's a huge deal.
I'm enabling them to feel valued.
Eye on America. Weeknights on the CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off.
That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail.
What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides. Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
Exclusively on CBS News 24/7, the streaming home of CBS News.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
I accept your nomination for Vice President of the United States of America.
Vice President Kamala Harris will be accepting the nomination from the Democratic Party for real tonight, officially, but this time for the presidency. Here to discuss this upcoming speech with me and more is Quentin Fulks. He is the Principal Deputy Campaign Manager for the Harris-Walz campaign. Quentin, good to see you.
Thank you for having me.
So we haven't seen Vice President Harris in public since Tuesday night. What has she been doing today as she prepares for the biggest speech of her political life?
She's been putting finishing touches on that speech and honestly relaxing with her friends and family before this moment, making sure that, you know, all the final preparations are done. But she's enjoying today and she's super excited for tonight.
What is the number one thing that she wants to accomplish with this speech?
I think she's going to continue to introduce herself to the nation, but I think most importantly, this is about our future. And I think what she wants to get across is her vision for this country moving forward. And, contrast that to Donald Trump and the plans that he has for this country. So I would say definitely a forward-looking vision for the country.
Obviously, Governor Walz was the main attraction last night, and his speech was well received here in the arena. It brought the House down. But there has been this outpouring today for Gus Walz. Yeah. And I'm wondering how the campaign has reacted to that, the fact that there has been so much support for this unscripted moment of tenderness between a son and his father.
Well, look, I think that Gus Walz and Governor Walz and the Walz family, they know who they are. And they really do embody the American family, the typical family that's out there. And I think that that authenticity comes through. And I think that that's how you would expect to see a family react on a stage like last night with Governor Walz, accepting the nomination for the vice presidency of the United States. And so we wholeheartedly embrace that. But that's who they've been from the moment Governor Walz joined the ticket. And so it was great to see that outpouring of support for the family today.
There have been dozens of speakers on that stage behind us over the past 3 days, more tonight. But one speaker we haven't seen is anyone who is Palestinian. And there are so many progressive groups who have been pushing for that. The United Auto Workers joined those groups today. They put out a statement saying that if we want the war in Gaza to end, we can't put our heads in the sand or ignore the voices of the Palestinian Americans in the Democratic Party. Why is the campaign, why is the DNC continuing to hold the line on this?
Look, I don't think that, we're holding a line or ignoring anybody. I think that Vice President Harris has been very clear on her position when it comes to this. And there have been several speakers throughout this convention that have been on stage talking about the need for the hostages to be released, talking about the need for a ceasefire, talking about the need to end the reckless and dangerous, killing of civilians. And I think that those views have been represented throughout this. And so we're going to continue to do that. The vice president is going to continue to listen to these voters. We're not shutting anybody out, but we understand both sides of this. And this is something that both she and President Biden are working tirelessly to bring to a close. And I think she's been very clear on that.
But if you have so many groups saying, we just want to be able to hear from a Palestinian American, why not say, okay, why not give that person 3 minutes to represent their community?
Well, look, I think, again, the issue that these voters want to hear and that these people are addressing that they want to hear has been talked about from a number of speakers on stage. And we've also hosted panels. The DNC has hosted panels for both the Jewish community, the Muslim American community. And we have also made a spot available to host visuals for the victims lost. And so I think that it is being represented throughout this convention.
Often after a big convention speech, the presidential nominee hits the road to kind of take advantage of the momentum that they have coming out of a convention. The vice president is heading back to Washington, D.C. For a couple of days with her family. Why did you make that decision not to send her out, for example, to barnstorm a bunch of battleground states this weekend?
Well, look, I think she's just going to have a day or so, but I think you should stay tuned for some other plans that are coming. But I think we'll be out there very soon.
Well, that's very intriguing. You can't just tease us with that and not tell us more.
Nothing to share now, but I can assure you that the vice president is going to be out on the road very soon.
The vice president is not only accepting her party's nomination tonight, she's also celebrating her 10-year anniversary. And she and her husband, the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, both wished each other happy anniversary today. Obviously, there's not going to be a lot of time for a date night tonight, but do they have any other plans to celebrate that you know of?
I'll leave that to them. I think they deserve a little bit of privacy in their relationship, but I think they would enjoy celebrating it like this tonight. And I bet I haven't spoken to the second gentleman, but I can imagine that there is not a better date that he could have planned for his wife than what she's going to receive tonight.
Are we going to hear Harris speak a lot about her opponent? Will we come away from this speech feeling that she has defined him in a new way, in a different way?
Look, I think that what you're going to hear from her and the tidbits that she does mention and reference her opponent is going to be contrasting with her vision of the future. Because at the end of the day, this race is a fundamental choice between two different visions. One under Vice President Harris's leadership as President of the United States, where we're going to have more freedoms and not less. One where we're going to continue to lower costs. One where we're going to stand up for women. One where we're going to protect people, and one where we're building an economy that everybody has a chance not to just get by, but to get ahead. And on the other side, you have Donald Trump and J.D. Vance with a Stream Project 2025 agenda. And I think that the vice president is going to make that very clear in her remarks tonight.
We heard that former President Clinton kind of ripped up his remarks and started over after watching some of the speeches here because they were so upbeat and so joyous and fun, and he wanted to try to reflect the moment. Has the vice president had an experience like that as well, where she saw what was going on here over the first couple of days and said, you know, I kind of want to tweak what I was planning to say to fit the theme?
No. This is her show. But as I mentioned, she is putting some finishing touches on the speech. I know this is something that's really important to her, but she knows exactly what she wants to say to the American people, and that's why she is the best person to represent this party as President of the United States. And so I'm super excited to hear what she has to say.
Well, so are we. Quentin Fulks, thank you so much for joining me from the Harris campaign. I know you've had a busy day and a busy week here at the convention.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Donald Trump could be joined by another presidential candidate tomorrow in Arizona. Coming up, the potential RFK Jr. endorsement and what it could mean for the campaign, for both campaigns, really. You're streaming America Decides. Stick around.
For all those who believe that our best days are ahead of us, with great faith in the American people, I accept your nomination for President of the United States.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Resident, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes.
Did you ever have these problems before the derailment?
No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing or bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else. This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence. The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
You can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Several sources are telling CBS News that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is considering ending his presidential campaign. His running mate, Nicole Shanahan, has said that Kennedy, who is addressing the country tomorrow, is contemplating throwing his support behind Donald Trump. I want to bring in Trump campaign senior advisor Danielle Alvarez now to discuss this. Danielle, it's good to see you. So CBS News has confirmed that independent candidate RFK Jr. is strongly considering dropping out, endorsing Donald Trump. Is your campaign engaged in any conversations with him about that decision or about any kind of role for him in a Trump administration?
Well, that decision will certainly be RFK's, but I will echo what President Trump has said in that we would love the support of RFK if he chooses to back President Trump. I mean, the reality is that President Trump has brought together a very diverse coalition because of his record, his 4 years in the White House, and because of the policy promises that he is making in order to secure a second term.
But is there any discussion going on right now between your campaign and Robert F. Kennedy Jr.? Because we know that he has spoken to your campaign in the past and has tried to speak to the Harris campaign about trying to secure some kind of cabinet post in exchange for him dropping out.
As was discussed during the Republican National Convention and as was tweeted, he has reached out to our campaign in the past, but at this moment, the decision will be with him on the future of his campaign, as well as if he puts his support behind President Trump. And so I would have to direct you over to the RFK camp. What I can say about the Trump campaign is that we would welcome his support because we welcome a very broad coalition of individuals to join President Trump's MAGA movement.
Okay, I want to ask you about something President Trump wrote last night that's getting a lot of attention. He posted that, quote, the highly overrated Jewish governor of Pennsylvania made a really bad and poorly delivered speech. Now, Governor Shapiro was asked about this morning. He said that Trump is obsessed with him. He said that Trump keeps peddling anti-Semitic tropes. Why did Mr. Trump bring up Shapiro's religion like that?
Well, I don't believe that it was anti-Semitic. I think it was a commentary on the speech that Governor Shapiro made. And it's really a commentary on the entire DNC. I mean, it's been a disaster. They've spoken very vaguely. They've had very vague themes all throughout the night. And basically, the only message that you're hearing from the DNC is, well, we're not them. You're right. You are not President Trump, who delivered a humming economy, who had low prices, who had a secure border, who had peace through strength at home and abroad. And so they have no message to deliver to the American people, and that's to be expected. If they can't govern and run a White House for 3.5 years, how did we expect them to have a good convention? It's run over time. They have no policies to share with the American people. Kamala doesn't even have a policy tab on her website. And so it's just been an absolute disaster. And that's the commentary from the Trump campaign towards the DNC. It'd be really nice if she took some interviews, if she took some questions instead of some prepared teleprompter responses to really answer and dive deep into what she plans and what her values are as we head into November.
But Danielle, isn't it politics 101 that if Trump wants to win Pennsylvania, the biggest battleground state, why does he keep attacking the popular governor of Pennsylvania who is not on the Democratic ticket?
Sure, but I would also throw it back and say that Kamala Harris didn't choose the governor of Pennsylvania because she went radical and she went left and she went to Tim Walz. We're ahead in Pennsylvania. We have an incredible ground game. I encourage anybody watching to check out Trump Force 47 and join our team because we are up in the battleground states and we have the right message to win in Pennsylvania. It's that economic message about bringing back an economy, unleashing American energy, which Kamala Harris has been deeply against. Those are the items that President Trump is focused on that will help deliver us not just the nation, but the critical battleground state of Pennsylvania.
Danielle, we've heard from a number of Republican officials at this Democratic convention, all questioning Donald Trump's character. For example, here's a snippet from the former lieutenant governor of Georgia.
These days, our party acts more like a cult worshiping a felonious thug. Look, you don't have to agree with every policy position of Kamala Harris. I don't. But you do have to recognize her prosecutor mindset that understands right from wrong. Good from evil.
So, Danielle, you contrast that with your convention last month, where all of the Republican former presidents, former first ladies, vice presidents didn't even show up. They stayed away. So how can you win if you cannot even hold on to folks who are within your own party?
We were an absolutely unified party at our Republican National Convention. President Trump had just survived a heinous assassination attempt. We were an absolutely united party. We prosecuted a message every single night about what voters care about, whether it was making America wealthy again and focusing on the economy, a night focusing on immigration, a night focusing on crime, a night focusing on national security. And what I would say is that Democrats have not prosecuted those same messages. They have not talked about policy positions during this convention. That is what voters care about. Again, I repeat, they have been absolutely vague. They're not willing to answer any questions. I challenge anybody to come on this network and deliver what Kamala Harris stands for. In fact, I challenge Kamala Harris or Tim Walz to do so, who have ascended the throne and have refused to take a single interview. It's absolutely appalling. And with 75 days left until the election, we deserve answers.
Well, actually, just spoke a few moments ago with a top official from the Harris campaign about her platform, and he discussed what she's running on and what she wants to achieve. But nevertheless, I have one more question for you. Mr. Trump, curiously, has been falsely claiming that Vice President Harris met with Vladimir Putin. He said it at a campaign event, then he said it on Fox News. It is not true. Why is he saying that?
I'm not familiar with those remarks, but what I can say is that Kamala Harris traveled to Germany and told Russia not to invade Ukraine, and several days later they did. She's not taken seriously on the world stage. She is not a serious leader. In fact, we're coming up on the anniversary of the failed Afghanistan withdrawal, which will take place on Monday the 26th, when 13 service members were tragically killed because of the Harris-Biden administration's failures. And Kamala Harris is on TV bragging about being the last person in the room. Let's not forget that additionally, she is the border czar who has been unable to end the crisis at our southern border. President Trump was there today with the families of slain victims of Kamala Harris's border bloodbath. And so Kamala Harris has been absolutely weak on the world stage. And I go back and point out that she was in Germany and told Russia not to invade Ukraine, and they did. Under her failures and her weak leadership, the world is unsafe. And we have to return to President Trump's strength.
Danielle Alvarez with the Trump campaign, joining us live from West Palm Beach, Florida. I appreciate you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
This election is about protecting our democracy and securing our freedoms, including the right to affordable, quality health care.
That was New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham on Tuesday night addressing this convention. She's going to join me next here on America Decides. You're watching CBS News streaming. We'll be right back.
So, my friends, it is with humility, determination, and boundless confidence in America's promise that I accept your nomination for President of the United States.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
the justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are about to see American weapons in the hands of Mexican cartels.
A gun pipeline to Mexico.
We are arming the cartels.
100%, no doubt about it.
Happening right under our noses.
Who's doing something about this? Nobody.
A CBS Reports exclusive.
Most Americans have no idea that we are effectively arming the enemy next door.
This is the story the American people need to know.
Arming cartels, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
They'll repeal the Affordable Care Act. They'll gut Social Security and Medicare. And they will ban abortion across this country, with or without Congress. Here's the thing. It's an agenda nobody asked for.
That was Vice Presidential nominee Tim Walz knocking the Trump campaign on health care and reproductive rights last night. His fellow governor in New Mexico had a similar message on abortion during her speech at the convention earlier this week. And New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham joins us now. We heard a clip from your speech a couple of minutes ago. Talk to me about your fellow governor, good friend Tim Walz, giving that speech last night. Did you think it met the moment?
Oh, I think it not only met the moment, it, as he is like to do, exceeded all expectations and introduced himself as the guy, right? The neighbor, the friend, the leader, the executive that we all know. And it was delightful and so valuable to have the rest of America see what I see every day. And, you know, his whole meals program for schools, New Mexico's done the same thing, and we're doing scratch cooking. It is really important to see that governors and that folks just like that guy, Tim Walz, is worried about kids and their safety and their well-being every single day, and that's the America we should be investing in. That's the America to be proud of.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest applause lines of the night when he said, in Minnesota, we're not banning books, we're banning hunger. We were also talking a few minutes ago before we went on about that unscripted viral moment from Gus Walz, his son, who jumped up, applauded, had tears in his eyes, said, "That's my dad," when Governor Walz said how much he loves his family. And I'm wondering what that moment was like for you, standing there watching it, and also as someone who, like so many people, has a family member who has a learning disability.
it renewed my faith in humanity to see the love right here in person at the convention, and to see the connection between Gwen and Tim and Gus and Hope. And that's the relationship we have, you know, with my family and my daughter. And I looked over at my daughter, who's dealing with some, you know, learning issues in her family. And she's got big tears in her eyes. And, of course, I grew up with a sister that I talked about in my speech who died at 21, who was also severely disabled. You know, those memories are deep. And I loved seeing Tim's relationship in that way, and I loved seeing the overwhelming love in this room.
And online.
That moment, and online. It was incredible. And I've never met Gus. I've met Hope many times.
Right.
Did you see Hope too?
She teared up too.
Oh,
and she did the heart
It was the unbelievable. This is an American family. These are the kinds of emotional connections that Americans need in this moment. And we got to see it genuinely play out organically last night.
If you have kids who like you, you know you're doing something right.
It is.
Right?
I get emotional thinking about what I saw and watching it over and over again, and it makes me in a good way. I feel good.
So you are the governor of a border state. President Trump was at the border today. He said that Harris was the worst border czar in history. Obviously, that's not exactly accurate.
He's the worst border czar in history.
The border czar. What do you make of his decision to go down to the border today and what he had to say?
Oh, clearly a political stunt, purposeful, trying to draw attention on the only issue I'm guessing now that they think they have left. Interestingly enough, you know, he didn't go to the New Mexico side. Look, New Mexicans want border security. Americans want border security. I want border security. And there's been a number of chances that Trump has actually destroyed, not just this last one with a bipartisan deal in the Senate that would have passed in the House that the president would have signed. He's continued. He wants this issue, and he doesn't tell the truth. Border crossings at an all-time low, right? We need the border agents. We need to make sure that we deal with the immigration aspects for asylum. We need visas on the front end. But yes, I want border. Who doesn't want fair, meaningful border security? So spend the money to do it. He won't let Congress do that. Shame on those Republicans. Shame on the House. I'm still really pissed about that.
They were really close.
They were really close. And so this political stunt is to try to distract Americans from what he cannot distract them for. This moment is going to be, I predict, so meaningful for so many so many voters, that there's nothing he can do to diminish what's going to happen tonight.
Obviously, tonight is the big night. It's Kamala Harris's big night. As a woman in power, I want to ask you about something that we've been witnessing this week, which is so many speakers talking about how Kamala Harris is filled with joy, that she is a joyous person. And something that has really struck me is that 5 or 10 years ago, it would have been risky to describe a woman like that because it would have seemed too frivolous and
too feminine. We have to be tough.
So have you felt that shift as well? Do you think things have changed for you in the years since you first went to Congress and then, you know, you were on the public stage?
Well, since I first ran for office in my mid-50s and I went from zero to running for Congress, and I didn't win that election, I couldn't tell you that, you know, women political consultants told me not to be genuine, to be someone else, to not wear 6-inch stilettos, and any number of silly things, because they were worried about that imagery for a female woman candidate. So that has been shifting. I think the women governors and so many women executives and leaders and so many women being elected to so many offices around the country have really shifted that. But having the soon-to-be chief executive and leader of the free world, that happiness is a virtue and an asset. And in fact, when people are happy and can smile and grin, you can get to collaboration a lot quicker than when you're dealing with anger. And frankly, there's too much anger in the world. And when there's that kind of anger, people get hurt. People lose their lives. I think she is meeting this moment where we need those shifts, and she is unafraid, courageous, and owning it, and it is resonating. And it resonates with me because, you know, I started working in the 80s. It wasn't like that. 90s wasn't that much fun, 2000s. But I feel like I get to be my genuine self in this job every day. I deliver every day for New Mexicans, and they know who I am, and they know who I'm not, and they know that I'm human. And all of that is okay.
And now here you are in your stilettos.
And now here I am in my stilettos, by golly.
Governor, thank you so much for being with us. Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham of the great state of New Mexico. Great to talk to you this evening.
This has been wonderful. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Well, from her upbringing by a working mother in a middle-class neighborhood to California's Attorney General, and now the first Black and South Asian female presidential nominee, we're going to tell you a little bit more about Kamala Harris's journey. Next, you're streaming America Decides live from Chicago on night 4 of the Democratic National Convention. Stick around.
Let me say first that I accept the nomination of the Democratic Party. I accept it without reservation and with only one obligation. The obligation to devote every effort of my mind and spirit to lead our party back to victory and our nation to greatness.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now. We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are. Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
For 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Nations are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hey there, welcome to The Uplift.
I thought she was a groom, and I stepped back and I went, oh, you're the queen. She's going to be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you'd go to Disneyland with me today.
I look over at him and he's smiling.
I'm going to remember that the rest of my life.
They told us when he was going to be born, he was only going to live for 30 minutes. It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift. Stream now on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
A CBS News investigation. People looking for love, finding their life savings gone.
This could happen to anybody.
And sometimes losing their lives. Anything for love. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to America Decides. Uncommitted delegates today held a sit-in outside the Democratic National Convention. Here's a look at protesters outside the United Center in Chicago earlier today. The demonstration was sparked after efforts for a Palestinian American to speak at the convention were rejected. Let's bring in our Aaron Navarro to discuss. Aaron, you've really been covering this movement, not just this week, but for months, as people went to vote in primaries across the country. What are these protesters demanding, and why aren't they getting it?
Big picture is a ceasefire and arms embargo on Israel. But as it pertains to this week, they wanted a speaker about 2 to 5 minutes on the convention stage at some point this week. That's in part because there was a family of Israeli hostage held by Hamas. They said, that's great, that voice should be represented. So should the voices of those in Gaza. And that was the main argument they made.
And so why is the DNC holding back? Is it because they're concerned that whoever got on that stage might criticize the nominee, which is something we really haven't seen at this convention?
Yeah, we still haven't gotten a clear answer from the DNC. You had Quentin Folks from the Harris campaign on here earlier, and he pointed to some of their engagement with the uncommitted delegates, saying that they had panels related to Gaza here at the DNC, noting that their campaign manager, Julie Chavez Rodriguez, was in Michigan talking to Arab American and Jewish leaders. I asked one of the main uncommitted delegates why they've been told no. If he got an answer why, here's what he had to say.
We just want a Palestinian American speaker to speak from this stage.
Have they told you why no?
We just want a Palestinian American speaker to speak from this stage. If they want to call and tell me why no, they're welcome to do that. I want this to end. I'm tired. I want to go home. Just call and tell us that a Palestinian American speaker can speak from this stage. Call and tell us that this is the party where, if you're organizing for Palestinian rights, your voice won't be suppressed.
Now, the delegation has said they will be outside the United Center until 6 p.m. local, 7 p.m. Eastern. Remains to be seen what will happen after. But as you mentioned, the UAW has said there should be a speaker, AOC, so some congressional backup as well.
Right. And yet we are now on night 4. So if it doesn't happen tonight, it's not happening at all. Aaron Navarro, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Take care.
Well, we're now just hours away from Kamala Harris becoming the first woman of color to officially accept a major party's nomination for President of the United States. But some of you may still be asking, who exactly is Kamala Harris and how did she get here? Well, our Nicole Killian has the answers for us from our Washington bureau. Nicole, it is great to see you. Many voters know that Harris was a prosecutor and a senator before becoming the vice president. But tell us a little bit more about her upbringing and how it shaped the trajectory of her career.
Well, I think it's something you'll likely hear about tonight from the vice president herself. She was born in Oakland, California, grew up in a neighborhood called Berkeley Flats. She was part of the second class or wave of students to help integrate Berkeley public schools. And so we talked to one of her old childhood friends, a woman by the name of Carol Porter, who rode with her on the bus as part of that class that was bused to a local elementary school. And, you know, she talked to us about the relationship that they had, about the impact that experience had on them growing up. And she also talked to me very personally about Kamala Harris's mother, Shamala, who was an immigrant from India, and the critical role that she played in the vice president's life. Take a listen.
Shamala was everything for Maya and Kamala. She was the core of their life. And she took them with her to work. She took them to protests with her. They were everything for her.
And so, of course, Maya being the vice president's sister, but, you know, her mother was a single mom, as you heard there, worked very hard to raise both Kamala and her sister. So, again, something that the vice president has leaned on throughout her career, talking about her mom, someone who was with her every step of the way until she passed in 2009.
Yeah, and we've heard some stories about her mom from the convention stage here over the past 3 days. Nicole, you also spoke with one of Harris's former mentors who once had a romantic relationship with her. We've heard about this from time to time, but tell us what he told you about Kamala Harris.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we also sat down with former San Francisco Mayor Willie Brown, who also served as the Speaker of the California Assembly and was pretty much a kingmaker, if you will, in California politics. This is someone who was very influential, particularly in the mid-90s, not only in terms of Kamala Harris's career as a mentor, but also people like Gavin Newsom, the now governor of California, Nancy Pelosi before she became Speaker of the House. So he did serve as a political mentor, and yes, their relationship was romantic for a period in time. So I asked him more specifically about the nature of that relationship. Here's what he had to say. How would you characterize that relationship?
It's a great friendship. Great friendship.
One that still exists?
Oh, yes.
When's the last time you've spoken with her?
It's been a long time. Been a very long time. And I miss that.
And what would you say to her now?
Don't stop. You're almost there.
So the former mayor certainly still has an affinity for the vice president, even though they haven't been in as close a contact. But he did talk to me about the significance of this moment, about her accepting the nomination and how she really broke a lot of barriers in California politics, also becoming the first woman of color to serve as San Francisco DA at a time where he says, it really was an old boys network, becoming Attorney General for the state of California in 2010, and then again, going on to become U.S. Senator. He said that she has a way with people, that she is compassionate, she is someone who listens, and he thinks that is why she has been so successful in politics.
Now, you don't always get a peek inside the private life of a public figure like Kamala Harris, so it's really interesting, Nicole, to see those interviews with people who played a role that was pivotal in her past. Thank you so much for sharing those with us.
You bet.
And that does it for us for now. As we've been reporting, Vice President Kamala Harris will officially accept the Democratic presidential nomination tonight during her keynote address. CBS News special coverage of the Democratic National Convention will continue all evening long, and I'll be back at 7 Eastern. The Daily Report with John Dickerson is next.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has a glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, really good.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
If we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party? Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
About the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
That are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
When people say who's first to get in the morning, that would be me. Morning news matters because it sets the tone for your day, and it's a way of getting you started.
Day to day, that first draft of history, it happens right here. We're going to uplift you. We're going to send you out your way. We'll take you places. We teach you new things. And we make you feel like, you know, it's not all bad.
People say to me, you always seem to be having a good time. And you know what? You're right.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
This week on CBS News 24/7, all-day coverage of the Democratic National Convention with special editions of America Decides and the Daily Report with John Dickerson, and followed by complete coverage from the CBS News political team live from Chicago. Stream all-day coverage this week here on CBS News.
Hello, thank you for joining us. I'm John Dickerson in Chicago on the fourth and final day of the Democratic National Convention. After 3 consecutive nights of speeches, spectacle, and celebrity, Democrats are ready to receive the person around which all of that has swirled. Tonight, Vice President Kamala Harris will formally accept the Democratic nomination for president. She will be the first woman of color to lead a major political party's ticket, 52 years after New York Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm became the first woman of color to seek a major party's nomination. Harris's path to this moment didn't start until exactly 1 month ago yesterday, when President Biden dropped out of the race. Now, with his support and an energized base before her, Kamala Harris will take the torch passed down by the outgoing commander-in-chief. Running by her side is Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who last night introduced himself to a national audience. The former football coach rallied the crowd for the 2.5-month sprint to Election Day.
Look, we got 76 days. That's nothing. There'll be time to sleep when you're dead. We're going to leave it on the field.
CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Zhang always leaves it on the field, and she joins me now. Weijia, it's good to see you. It's been fun spending these last few days with you. All right, so what are we expecting?
All right, so we have learned that she has 3 main objectives for tonight, for the biggest political speech of her life. And she wants to focus on sharing her personal story, talking about coming from a middle-class family, being raised by a working mother, working at McDonald's. These are a lot of the themes that we've already heard, but we expect that she will build on it even more. She will draw a contrast between her and former President Donald Trump, and we've already seen the framing of this, right? She's going to present options of joy versus darkness in a campaign of grievances. And then she's going to talk about her patriotism and her love for this country and how that shapes her vision for the future. She will talk about how, she believes because she is in this country, was raised here, that she had many opportunities that she might otherwise not have had. And on my way to you, I ran into one of her senior aides. That's the beauty of conventions, right? Yeah. There are sources everywhere who said she's been holed up in her hotel room all day. She's making final edits with her advisors and speechwriters, really, line by line, because this is such a huge moment for her.
Yes, a huge moment in a string of huge moments from basically now until Election Day. Okay, so what's the next? What is she going to do next? She'll presumably be catapulted out of here. Then what?
Well, we don't have her schedule yet, but it's not going to be difficult to guess what she's going to do. And that's hit the road again, because she has not had that much time. To your point, all of this was thrust upon her just 1 month ago. And so she has said time and time again that she believes she is the underdog, despite what polling says. So she wants to spend as much time as possible, especially in battleground states, to try to connect with voters. And she, doesn't have that much time, so I expect that she'll be using it a lot to campaign.
Of the 4,700 delegates here, there are 30 that are that represent the uncommitted movement, and they would like to see somebody at the podium speak to their position, which is disappointment with the administration position on Gaza. Nobody's going to be speaking from the podium. What's the campaign saying about that?
So the National Uncommitted Movement actually asked for time themselves at the podium after we heard from the parents of an Israeli-American hostage yesterday. They announced that they were denied that time. And, that was not good for the vice president, who has tried tonally to distinguish herself from President Biden and the administration's policies. Her national security team has said, just go back and listen to her speeches. She's been a lot more aggressive when it comes to calling for a ceasefire. She did so before the president. She has used language that really sends a message to Israel. But, John, that is just language. And they are looking for clear policy changes and shifts that haven't come yet. And so this is a vulnerable spot for her because, the largest Arab American population is in the critical battleground state of Michigan. And it's not just about that. When you look at young voters and what matters to them, they have expressed that this issue matters. And so they are watching her like a hawk. They expect some kind of progress on this, and they feel disappointed that so far that hasn't come.
White House correspondent Weijia Zhang. Thanks, Weijia. And let's now go back to New York City to my colleague, Lindsay Reiser, from our studio up there. Lindsay, you got the rest of the highlights from today, including Trump's visit to the border.
Yeah, before we get there, though, Walz's comment, sleep when you're dead, that was for elected officials, volunteers, and journalists, right, John?
Right, it is. But, I don't know, we're, in this modern age where we're all concerned about our mental health, I don't know if that message is exactly going to, is what we should be telling our kids. Just, as a parent, that makes me a little nervous.
That's fair. They've got the apps. They've got Headspace and Calm. They're in good hands. Thanks, John. We'll see you back here later this hour. As John mentioned, former President Donald Trump campaigned at the U.S. southern border in Arizona today. It's his third visit to the border during the election cycle, but his first time doing so from Arizona, of course, a key battleground state. During his visit, he criticized his opponent, Kamala Harris, pinning the Biden administration's border policies on her.
For nearly 4 years, as border czar, Comrade Kamala has overseen a nation-wrecking border invasion.
CBS News political correspondent Caitlin Huey Burns is traveling with the former president in Montezuma Pass, Arizona. Caitlin, we heard a little bit from Trump attacking Harris. What else did he say today?
Hey, good to see you, Lindsay. Well, this was an explicit move by the Trump campaign to try to pin border policy to his opponent, Kamala Harris. He came down to the border today, as you mentioned, and he was flanked by Border Patrol officials and also family members of people who had been killed by undocumented immigrants. And this is all to make a point that border security is a top issue in his campaign. His campaign says the economy and the border will be the defining issues of this campaign. And when you look at our polling, for those voters who say that those are their top issues, they are supporting Donald Trump. And you look at our polling, and the vast majority of Republicans say that this is a top issue for them. So he essentially is trying to attach all of the issues with the border crisis to Kamala Harris, calling her the border czar. Now, Kamala Harris was tasked by President Biden to oversee the root causes of immigration in Central America. She was not specifically tasked with addressing the border crisis. And so, however, this has become an issue for the Trump campaign to capitalize on, and they're trying to kind of seize the spotlight as Kamala Harris prepares to deliver her address, accepting the Democratic Party nomination tonight.
Trump was pressed by reporters on that bipartisan Senate immigration bill earlier this year. He urged many of his colleagues on the Hill to not support it. What did he say about that today?
That's right. He essentially said that he didn't like this bill and he wanted Biden to just shut down the border unilaterally. But remember, Lindsay, this was a bipartisan bill. Senator Langford of Oklahoma was a key figure in this, a top conservative Republican. And Democrats had said that this was some of the most conservative border policy that they had seen. But Trump had urged Republicans to not support it. And a lot of criticism was aimed at Trump for wanting to kill a border deal in an election year to sort of make this an issue. That was the accusation. But today he said that he didn't like the bill. It's important to note, though, Lindsay, that back in June, President Biden did issue an executive order that essentially cracked down on asylum claims. That earned him the ire of some progressive Democrats, but he did take executive action there. And we should also note, Lindsay, that border crossings have been significantly down, and that's due in part to that executive order, due in part to the Mexican government taking action. And as I'm standing here in these really hot temperatures, that also has led to the decrease in border crossings.
How is Trump planning to counter Harris's big moment tonight?
Well, he told us today that he is going to issue statements on his social media platform, Truth Social. So I suppose we should look for reaction there. But as she is preparing to accept her party's nomination, former President Trump is talking a lot still about President Biden. He essentially has been calling Kamala Harris taking the nomination as a coup, which is not true. It's perfectly under the prerogative of the Democrats to do so. And of course, Biden is still the president. But you can tell, Lindsay, that this campaign had been oriented around opposing President Biden, that was their opponent for this campaign. Spent a lot of money doing that. And you can tell that the former president is still aggrieved that Biden is not his opponent, because the polls are tightening, especially in those key battleground states like here in Arizona.
Caitlin Huey-Burns in Montezuma Pass, where it looks much cooler than it is with that breeze. I know all too well from my summers in my home state. It's like a hair dryer on your face. All right, Stay cool. We're going to have more on Trump's visit to the U.S. southern border and how immigration is impacting the election with our Camilo Montoya Galvez coming up later this hour. The Arkansas Supreme Court has blocked an abortion rights measure from appearing on the state's ballot in November, upholding a previous decision. Last month, a judge rejected signed petitions for the initiative, saying that activists pushing for the measure failed to file the necessary paperwork. After an appeal, the state Supreme Court upheld that ruling today. It means that Arkansas voters will not be able to weigh in on the state's near-total abortion ban. The current law in Arkansas does not provide exceptions for cases of rape, incest, or fatal fetal anomalies. The Supreme Court has temporarily reinstated part of an Arizona law that requires people who are registering to vote to show proof of citizenship. However, other parts of the law have not been reinstated. Those include a requirement that people provide proof of citizenship to cast a ballot or vote by mail. The case is set to continue to play out in lower courts. Now to an update on an international election we've been following. Venezuela's Supreme Court has certified President Nicolas Maduro's re-election. Maduro requested the audit after he declared victory in the July 28th vote. The opposition party has said Maduro rigged the election and that their candidate, Edmundo Gonzalez, beat Maduro. The U.S. has also recognized Gonzalez as the winner of the election. Critics say the country's Supreme Court is full of Maduro loyalists who have not previously ruled against him. The U.S. resumed Gaza ceasefire and hostage release talks in Cairo today. President Biden's top Middle East advisor participated as part of the American delegation with Egypt and Israel. Despite those talks, the Israeli military has been carrying out strikes in Gaza. Palestinian officials say at least 16 people were killed across the Strip Thursday. An Israeli drone strike also killed 3 Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. The Israeli army says it targeted a group of armed men that posed a danger to the IDF. Mexico isn't holding up its end of an 80-year-old bargain with the U.S. We'll talk to a climate expert on how Texas could be paying the price. Plus, there's a new non-hormonal drug to treat hot flashes caused by menopause. How the treatment could bring relief to millions of women. You're streaming The Daily Report.
These are the stories
1, 2, 3, go!
of we, the people.
We're trying to generate our own hope.
It's a huge deal.
I'm enabling them to feel valued.
Eye on America. Weeknights on the CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off. That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party? Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides. Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
Exclusively on CBS News 24/7, the streaming home of CBS News.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
The Canadian government is ordering the country's 2 major freight railroads to engage in binding arbitration to resolve a labor dispute that has led to a temporary shutdown of both railways. In a press conference earlier today, Canada's Labour Minister asked the Canadian Industrial Relations Board to order the railways to resume operations. They would do so under the current collective agreements until a new labor agreement could be made. The Labour Minister deemed arbitration necessary, saying that there was no signs that a labor agreement could be reached.
We have an impasse here. We wanted to give these negotiations the absolute possibility of concluding successfully. We see little prospect of that.
The economic impact of the railway shutdown could have cost Canada more than $250 million per day and impacted the rest of North America. Imports of goods like wheat, fertilizer, and meat would be held up until the railways came to an agreement, but it looks like crisis is averted for now. Russia and Ukraine both claimed battleground victories today as war in the region wages on. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said his troops seized control of a village in the Kursk region of western Russia, the same area Kyiv launched an incursion more than 2 weeks ago. The Kremlin also claimed a Ukrainian drone attack sunk a ferry in Russia's southern port. Ukraine has not commented on that attack. Russia, meanwhile, says its troops are advancing further into eastern Ukraine. Moscow says it has seized control of a village in the Donetsk region. Troops there are now roughly 6 miles from the town of Pokrovsk, a major Ukrainian transport hub. Ukraine has started evacuating people in that area. Italian prosecutors have opened a formal investigation into the sinking of that luxury yacht earlier this week. The owner of the company that built the boat is blaming the incident on human error, saying that a guard should have been watching out for any incoming storms. The yacht sank early Monday morning after being struck with violent weather. 15 of the 22 people on board escaped and were later rescued. Emergency crews have since recovered 6 bodies, including those of British tech tycoon Mike Lynch, who owned the super yacht, as well as an American couple. 1 body remains missing. A former Las Vegas lawmaker took to the stand for the second time in his own defense today for his trial in the murder of a local journalist. Prosecutors are accusing Robert Tellis of killing Jeff Gehrman September of 2022. Gehrman, who worked for the Las Vegas Review-Journal at the time of his death, wrote critical articles about Tellis and his workplace conduct. Tellis has denied the accusations, claiming he has been framed.
I knew I didn't do this thing, and yet the police claim to have this evidence. They did what they did to me. I'm not guilty. I didn't kill Mr. Gehrman.
Gehrman spent 44 years covering Las Vegas organized crime and public officials. The trial is expected to wrap up by Friday. Pharmaceutical giant Bayer says it has developed a new drug to treat hot flashes and other symptoms linked to menopause, all without the use of hormones. Clinical trials of elinzanetant, which looked at hundreds of postmenopausal women, showed the drug lowered the frequency of hot flashes by 56% after the first month. That increased to 65% after 3 months. In the United States, menopause on average typically begins for women when they're 51 or 52. About 5% of women experience early menopause between the ages of 40 and 45. As many as 80% of women face hot flashes as they age into their 40s and 50s. For more on this, Dr. Stephanie Fabian joins me now. She's the director of the Mayo Clinic Center for Women's Health and medical director for the North American Menopause Society. Doctor, thanks for being here.
Thanks so much for having me.
How encouraging is this data?
Well, this is just amazing. It's great that women have another option for management of hot flashes, and especially for those women who can't or don't want to use hormone therapy, we have a new, great non-hormonal option.
So there are other non-hormonal treatments approved by the FDA to treat menopause. Once approved, how could this be different from what's already on the market?
Well, this would be different because as opposed to the other NK3 inhibitor, fezolinetant, that was approved last year, this targets 2 different receptors, the NK1 and the NK3 receptors. And we think the NK1 receptor may have a role in sleep. So this drug seems to have improvements in not only hot flashes, but it improves sleep as well, and also seems to improve menopause-related quality of life.
I mean, that is so huge for so many women who go into menopause. Their sleep quality just takes a nosedive. Are there any potential side effects with this new medication from Bayer?
There was a slight increased risk of headache and of fatigue, but in general, it was very well tolerated.
What are you telling your patients when it comes to access to these drugs? Are they going to be covered by insurance?
You know, this has been a little bit of a problem that we saw initially with fezolinetant. So this is still a concern that insurance companies may have women try 1 or even 2 different non-hormonal medications before they can get to this drug. So yes, that remains a concern. We really want to see the women that will benefit most from this drug able to receive it and able to afford it. So this is a concern.
How big of a game changer is this medication? And doctor, just the fact that we're talking about this. I mean, this will impact every other person on the planet. And that this is really something that as a society, we don't talk often enough about.
100% true, but just look back. We had an ad in the Super Bowl for fezolinetant. So this is now mainstream enough for us to be talking about it in the Super Bowl. But you're right, it affects over 50% of the world's population and can really impact quality of life. It's a huge expense, not only for women, but also medical costs and societal costs of lost work productivity. So it's a big deal.
Dr. Stephanie Fabian, thanks for joining us.
Thanks so much.
The Food and Drug Administration has approved an updated round of COVID-19 vaccines. The new vaccines are designed to counter multiple COVID-19 variants that are circulating. Pfizer and Moderna's vaccines will begin shipping right away, while Novavax says it will release its vaccine at a later date. The CDC recommends adults and children as young as 6 months old get the shot this fall. The agency notes anyone who has recently contracted COVID-19 can wait 3 months after their recovery to get vaccinated. Home sales in the U.S. rose slightly last month. Sales of previously owned homes were up 1.3% in July compared to June. That's the first gain in 4 months. However, sales were 2.5% lower compared to the same time last year. A recent decline in mortgage rates has played a role in boosting those sales. According to Freddie Mac, the average rate on a 30-year mortgage is currently under 6.5%. That's a little less than 1% than what it was a year ago. Coming up, Donald Trump was at the border today. We'll fact-check some of his claims about Kamala Harris on immigration. You're streaming The Daily Report.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Resident, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes.
Did you ever have these problems before the derailment?
No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing, bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
You can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to the Daily Report. I'm Lindsay Reiser. Here are some additions to our top stories. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is now the official Democratic candidate for vice president. Walz accepted the nomination on stage last night at the DNC, saying it was the honor of his life. Looking forward, he drew on his experience as a high school football coach, comparing the final weeks before Election Day to the final minutes of a game. Before Walz took the stage, Democratic political powerhouses, including former President Clinton, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, and more gave their own speeches in support of the Harris-Walz ticket, calling for a new path forward for America. But tonight, Vice President Kamala Harris will be the star. She is set to officially accept the nomination to close out the four-day convention. According to her campaign, Harris's speech will cover her background, how her vision differs from former President Donald Trump's, and optimism for the American people. Trump was in Arizona Thursday visiting the U.S. southern border, focusing his campaign on one of the top issues for many voters in this election, immigration, and what he characterizes as the failures of the Biden administration's open border policies. He specifically called out Harris.
She is a radical left Marxist. She wants open borders. She wants our country. I don't understand why anybody would want it, but she wants our country to be open to the world's criminals so they can come in and rape and pillage and do whatever they have to do.
CBS News immigration and politics reporter Camilo Montoya Galvez joins me now. Camilo, can you clarify for us what Harris's role on immigration actually is and whether Trump is accurately describing her policies in the clip we just heard?
Hi, Lindsay. Yes, despite the fact that Republicans and former President Donald Trump have branded Vice President Harris as the border czar for the Biden administration, she was actually assigned to a more precise role, and that was to address poverty, violence, and other root causes of migration from Central America, specifically from three countries, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras. And that has been a diplomatic role that she has undertaken. She has not been tasked with overseeing U.S. border immigration or in border enforcement. And so that is very important to underscore. That is not to say that her role should not be criticized, but it is important, Lindsay, to clarify what her actual responsibilities are and what they are not on immigration. And in terms of how former President Donald Trump is characterizing her positions on immigration, yes, they have starkly different agendas on border security and immigration, and you can certainly have policy disagreements with how the Biden administration, Lindsay, has handled the humanitarian crisis here at the border, but the Biden-Harris administration has never implemented an open borders policy. Yes, Customs and Border Protection has reported a record 8 million migrant encounters along the border during President Biden's presidency, but 4 million of those migrants have been released into the U.S. Another 4 million people have been deported, expelled, or returned to Mexico or to their home countries. So not everyone has been allowed to stay under the Biden administration. In fact, those deportations and expulsions, Lindsay, have been increasing since the start of the summer when President Biden issued that sweeping executive action on asylum that has made most migrants here ineligible for humanitarian protection and eligible to be much more quickly deported to Mexico or to their home countries. We actually went to Nogales, Mexico earlier this morning, and we witnessed some of those deportations. So there are a lot of migrants who are currently being deported, and Vice President Harris's campaign manager told me that she is likely to continue that policy if elected.
What specifics did Trump put forth today regarding his border agenda?
Well, former President Donald Trump came here to the Arizona-Mexico border to really focus on an issue that, as you know, has been central to his political career and that he believes will also propel him back to the White House. He has promised a radical shift in U.S. immigration policy by pledging to conduct the largest deportation in U.S. history, Lindsay, to implement ideological screenings on legal immigrants, to militarize the U.S.-Mexico border by deploying the National Guard here, and also to try to terminate birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented children. And specifically today, Lindsay, he promised to increase penalties, criminal penalties, that is, for human traffickers, drug smugglers, and also human smugglers. So again, he is trying to make sure that his hardline immigration agenda is something that continues to be a key policy issue in this election.
Yeah, you have to wonder if some of those will pass the Supreme Court, like removing birthright citizenship rights. I want to ask you, you mentioned border crossings have decreased significantly since peaking in December 2023, yet it is still the biggest factor for Republican voters in a recent CBS News poll, even more than the economy. When it comes to Trump's messaging on the border, does that appeal only to his base, or do they also speak to the larger electorate?
Well, we know that poll after poll has indicated that this issue. Immigration, particularly here at the U.S.-Mexico border, is a top concern for many American voters, but we have also seen that those same polls show that it's mostly a major concern among Republican and independent voters. And so, yes, the Vice President Harris is trying to, in many ways, take a more centrist stance on this issue, knowing that it could be a major political challenge for her. And you have seen at the DNC, Democrats embrace tougher border security measures, and the vice president trying to portray herself as a champion of border security, highlighting her role as a prosecutor who went after transnational gang members and human traffickers. But again, for former President Donald Trump, this is something that he believes will again catapult him to the White House, because the polls do indicate, Lindsay, that voters are more likely to trust Trump and Republicans as it relates to border security than they are to trust Democrats and Harris on this issue.
Camila Montoya Galvez, thank you so much for your reporting. We're following another story along the southern border, specifically in Texas. 80 years ago, the United States and Mexico signed a treaty that would have the two countries trade large amounts of water for regions in need. But Mexico was falling behind on its side of the bargain. Every 5 years, Mexico is required to send 1.75 million acre-feet of water to the U.S. It's only sent 400,000 for this cycle so far, or about 23%. Mexico has until October 2025 to fulfill the requirement, but experts say it's unlikely the country will be able to meet that. It's an important deal for both countries. Mexican border states seen on this map are heavily reliant on water from the American side of the Colorado River, while some water from Mexico's side gets sent to parts of Texas, where it's used by cities and for agricultural activities. But with Mexico not fulfilling its end of the water deal, Texas is beginning to feel the effects. John Nielsen Gammon joins me now to explain this issue. He is a Regents Professor of Atmospheric Sciences at Texas A&M University and serves as the Texas State Climatologist. John, good to have you.
Good to be here.
We mentioned agriculture in Texas. Can you tell us more about how this lack of water, what kind of problems it's causing for your state?
Yeah, the lower valley, which includes cities like Brownsville, McAllen, Hidalgo, that whole region is a important farming area for the state of Texas, where a large portion of the Texas citrus crop is grown, a lot of grapefruit production and so forth. And most of that area is irrigated and relies on water from the Rio Grande, which includes water from the United States and Mexico. And unfortunately, in combination of drought and lack of water deliveries, there have been cutbacks on acreage planted. We've actually seen the last sugarcane refinery plant in the lower valley close earlier this year because it was no longer enough crop to make production viable there.
Wow. Where else do Texans get their water?
Well, in most of the state, it's rivers that are primarily within the state of Texas. The area along the U.S.-Mexico border is includes cities like Laredo and other cities that I've mentioned are reliant on the Rio Grande. The state as a whole gets water both from underground sources and from the other rivers. For along the border, there's no other river that can be relied upon. So alternative sources are potentially groundwater sources, although some of that groundwater is what we call brackish, and so it needed to be desalinated for it to become drinkable.
What's keeping Mexico from holding up their end of the deal?
Well, Mexico has a large area of irrigated farming in the state of Chihuahua. And at one point, a couple of years back, they tried to release some water from the reservoirs in the area, and the dams actually got taken over by farmers who refused to allow that to happen. So it's basically a conflict between what the Mexico is obligated to provide and what's presently being relied upon by the farmers in that region, who right now Mexico basically has the choice between meeting their treaty obligations and the course of that, starving out the nascent industry of agriculture that's in the state of Chihuahua.
So what happens if Mexico is unable to fulfill their end of the bargain? I mean, are there any solutions? What is Texas looking at? You mentioned groundwater that would need to be salinated.
Yeah, that's one possibility. Another, I mean, it'd be useful if right now the treaty's on a 5-year cycle, so they have to deliver a certain amount of water every 5 years, and they're behind pace to do that. They say that they're going to meet their obligations by the end of the 5-year period, which is in October of 2025. But of course, it's hard to count on that when there's not even enough water in their reservoirs to be able to provide that, even if they cut off water from their own sources. So it'd be great for Texans to rely more on water delivery on an annual basis or perhaps a biennial basis, so that you wouldn't have these large deficits that build up during the 5-year cycle that have to be made up for at the last minute. Sometimes that actually does happen. Sometimes a massive hurricane can come in and dump a lot of water in, and they can meet their obligation. But we can't count on that sort of thing happening.
I got to be quick with you because we're out of time, but is there anything in the treaty that says what happens if one of the parties doesn't hold up their side?
No, I don't believe there's any official penalties for doing that, but it's certainly going to complicate international relations if it happens.
John Nielsen-Gammon, thank you.
You're welcome.
Parts of Texas are also facing extreme heat alerts before entering the weekend. For more, here's Mike Bettis from our partners at the Weather Channel.
A lot of weather stories playing out across the country right now. That heat, though, it is the mainstay. We've got excessive heat warnings, heat advisories, especially located here in Texas, where places like Austin, San Antonio, Abilene will go well north of 100 degrees. Abilene could set a record high on Friday of 108, crushing your old record. Take a look at Del Rio, 107. That'll break a record for you that you've held for more than 100 years. Very intense heat. Make sure you're finding some air conditioning. Also, some storms for us across the mountains, the Intermountain West, as well as the plains. Hail and high winds could be a possibility here. And watching for the potential for some flash flooding as well here in the Four Corners. Could be the Grand Canyon, could be Grand Junction, could be up into Wyoming, and then, of course, across the plains as well, and maybe north of I-90. Now, in the tropics, watching the Pacific, because this is a tropical system here. We've got a depression that could be aiming its way toward Hawaii, and over the weekend, we could be feeling the effects. Right now, the most likely track is south of the Big Island here, but it could produce some big wind and rain, especially on the windward side of the islands, and it may actually even increase our chances for some wildfires as well. And for more coverage, you can watch the Weather Channel on cable and live on your favorite TV streaming device.
Mike Bettis, thank you. Still to come, celebrities made their mark on both the DNC and RNC, but what's the actual impact of star power on elections? We'll discuss that ahead. You're streaming The Daily Report.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party? Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
an original documentary from CBS Reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are about to see American weapons in the hands of Mexican cartels.
A gun pipeline to Mexico.
We are arming the cartels.
100%, no doubt about it.
Happening right under our noses.
Who's doing something about this? Nobody.
A CBS Reports exclusive.
Most Americans have no idea that we are effectively arming the enemy next door.
This is the story the American people need to know.
Arming cartels, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Dozens of celebrities have been appearing in Chicago this week for the Democratic National Convention. We've seen Lil Jon, Common, Oprah, Mindy Kaling, Patti LaBelle, all just to name a few. And we also saw some star power at the RNC in Milwaukee last month. Kid Rock introduced Donald Trump. We saw appearances from Hulk Hogan, Russell Brand, Jason Aldean, to name a few. So how powerful is the role of celebrity in endorsing a candidate? Dr. Melvin Williams joins us here in studio to talk about this. He's an associate professor of communication and media studies at Pace University here in New York. Doctor, thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
I am very interested in this topic. Historically, what has the role of celebrity been in U.S. elections and pop culture and celebrity engagement? Have we seen it for a while, many cycles now?
Absolutely. Throughout American history, political candidates and parties alike have utilized celebrities as a mechanism to boost candidate profiles, to garner voter support. We certainly have witnessed increased celebrity visibility over the past 20 years. We had the disastrous 2004 Vote or Die campaign. Obviously, celebrities were in the 2008, 2012 electing Barack Obama. 2016, a reality television star won the presidency. 2020 celebrities were there, and now we're in 2024 with an influx of celebrities attempting to assist these candidates in reaching targeted demographics.
And an influx of influencers. That's also something different about this cycle. Why is it that the DNC particularly has been tapping the TikTok stars? Who were they going for?
They are going for Generation Z, consistent with American politics. We are seeing politicians targeting the youngest voting demographic, which is Generation Z. However, Lindsay, it's very important to note that that's not enough. Generation Z is different. They are issue-driven. They care about political information accuracy, and they have been flooded with influencer and celebrity culture. So they are not as easily convinced that these people, speaking directly to influencers, know what they're talking about and are true experts on political topics.
When we're sort of looking at some of the performances we saw in the DNC and appearances and the RNC, there's been a lot of talk on social media about this. But has there sort of been a sense historically that people in Hollywood who tend to elevate conservative voices and support those kind of candidates are sort of shamed for it and get blacklisted for it?
Well, we have witnessed, obviously, instances where certain celebrities have been chastised for their views, and my stance on it is very clear. Celebrities are American citizens who have the fundamental right to vote. They should be able to vote freely and without judgment, as you and I do, because they are celebrities, but they are citizens at the end of the day, and I don't think anyone should be canceled for exercising their right to vote.
Can an Oprah,
yes,
a Beyonce, a Taylor Swift,
yes,
swing an election?
No. They haven't in the past. Taylor Swift didn't do so in 2018. Beyonce performed for Hillary Clinton, and Hillary Clinton didn't win that election. Oprah Winfrey has been an outspoken supporter of some Democratic candidates. It ultimately comes down to the candidate. You don't want the star power to oversee or overshadow the political power and the message of the candidate. The candidate matters just as much as the celebrity, and I would say the candidate matters more.
We have been talking about celebrity endorsements. Fake endorsements
Yes.
have become an issue. Some of these deep fakes, AI.
Yes.
On Sunday, Trump shared an AI-generated image that showed support from Taylor Swift fans. There's been a now debunked image of Ryan Reynolds, who appeared to show support for Harris. That's been proven fake. How big of an issue is this, and how do people differentiate what's real from what's not?
This is a huge issue and a quite dangerous issue to democracy, because we're seeing citizens being manipulated through the levers of digital media to deceive the American people. We should all be very disturbed by this, and I'm glad that it was debunked. However, unfortunately, a lot of these media platforms, particularly digital media platforms, they are unregulated. So, you know, aside from a cease and desist here and there, the celebrity really doesn't have a lot of power.
And somebody may see this and not see the debunking.
Yes.
It may have already, you know, had the message done whether it was intended. Dr. Melvin Williams, thank you so much for being here and having this conversation.
Thank you so much, Lindsay.
Well, it's common to get mail for someone who lived at your address before you. It's uncommon when the recipient may have lived there more than a century ago. A 121-year-old postcard was received last week by a building society office in Wales. The postcard was dated August 3rd, 1903. Its authenticity is supported by a King Edward VII stamp. Now, the card was addressed to Miss Lydia Davies, who may have been a previous resident. The building's current occupants are hoping social media sleuths can reveal more about the very late postage. The Democratic National Convention comes to a close tonight. Coming up, we'll check back in with John Dickerson on what to look for ahead of Vice President Kamala Harris's keynote address. You're streaming The Daily Report.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now. We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are. Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
For 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Haitians are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hey there, welcome to The Uplift.
I thought she was a groom, and I stepped back and I went, oh, you're the queen. She's gonna be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you'd go to Disneyland with me today.
I look over at him and he's smiling.
I'm gonna remember that the rest of my life.
They told us when he was gonna be born, he was only gonna live for 30 minutes. It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift, stream now on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
A CBS News investigation. People looking for love, finding their life savings gone.
This could happen to anybody.
And sometimes losing their lives. Anything for love. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
The fourth and final night of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Tonight, after 3 consecutive days of appearances from A-list celebrities and some of the biggest names in the Democratic Party, Vice President Kamala Harris will take the stage and formally accept her party's nomination for president. We're back with John Dickerson at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. John, it's the last night. What are you watching for?
Well, Lindsay, first is just as a human matter, this is an enormous night for the nominee Kamala Harris in a very fast march of the last month. Candidates usually get a chance to get their bearings and their pace before this enormous night. Kamala Harris has barely had time to get her breath, and it won't stop after she finishes speaking. Then the pace will continue on and on and on every day, and then, of course, the debate and to the finish line. So just from a human standpoint, this is going to be an extraordinary moment in a long number of them. A couple of other things I'm looking for tonight. What's the one thing people take home in their pocket from the nominee? Franklin Roosevelt at his acceptance speech talked about the New Deal. John Kennedy talked about the new frontier. Is there something, a word or phrase that comes to define the Harris candidacy? Then I'm wondering how and if she's going to continue a theme we've heard from a lot of speakers. Governor Walz, Barack Obama, Oprah, Bill Clinton, which is to say, if you disagree with somebody, that doesn't make them a bad person. Extend them grace. Expanding the party, seeking people who are either Republicans or might not normally vote for a Democrat. That's the kind of human approach to a larger part of the electorate. Then there's also a policy part of that. This is not going to have a lot of policy in this speech. But are there going to be some things, for example, Governor Walz talked about his skill with a rifle, or with a shotgun, I should say. Is there going to be anything like that, a policy or something that suggests to people that the Harris administration is going to have a set of policies and ideas that are going to be a little broader across the spectrum? These are efforts to fill out the biography of a candidate who is not well known throughout the nation, or at least not as well known certainly as her opponent. And so I'm looking to see both the human message to a larger constituency, but then also if there's any possible policy to hang that definition of the candidate on. And then, of course, we'll have the sprint to the finish, and it'll be a fascinating campaign.
John, anybody buzzing there tonight about any potential surprises?
I mean, the buzzing is going on. Name someone famous from Beyonce to Taylor Swift. The only thing people haven't done is talk about the reincarnation of anyone. I mean, it's getting pretty absurd, the number of rumors that are zooming around. So at the moment, though, they are all just rumors. And by the way, it's not necessarily the greatest thing in the world to have a stratospheric star show up at your big night for yourself, because while, of course, it may lift you in terms of getting everybody to pay attention, the superstar may be the only thing they pay attention to. There have been plenty of stars here at this convention. Now it's the opportunity for the candidate to step into the spotlight. So there's a downside to having a big star.
Yeah, we were just talking about that in a previous segment. You don't want to outshine the star. John Dickerson in Chicago. If there's a reincarnation, well, that just throws out the rest of the rundowns tonight. John, thank you.
Thanks, Elton.
And thank you for watching. A special edition of America Decides is after the break. You're streaming CBS News 24/7.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, really good.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
If we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
When people say who's first to get in the morning, that would be me. Morning news matters because it sets the tone for your day, and it's a way of getting you started.
Day to day, that first draft of history, it happens right here.
We're going to uplift you. We're going to send you out your way.
We take you places, we teach you new things, and we make you feel like, you know, it's not all bad.
People say to me, you always seem to be having a good time. And you know what? You're right.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
This week on CBS News 24/7, all-day coverage of the Democratic National Convention with special editions of America Decides and the Daily Report with John Dickerson, and followed by complete coverage from the CBS News political team live from Chicago. Stream all-day coverage this week here on CBS News 24/7.
Hello, I'm Nancy Cordes at the United Center in Chicago, and welcome to a special Democratic National Convention edition of America Decides. Here's a live look at the arena, the site of what has been a very different Democratic National Convention than the one we were expecting just a month ago. Over the last several weeks, American politics has been turned on its head. Just a month ago, President Biden dropped out of the race for the White House and threw his support behind Vice President Harris to take on former President Donald Trump. And that brings us to this moment, night 4. Tonight, a unified Democratic Party will come together as Vice President Kamala Harris formally accepts the Democratic nomination for president, making history as the first woman of color to lead a major political party's ticket. So it's a big night. We saw people filing in earlier than usual to take their seats in anticipation of the big event. And CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang is down near the stage. And Weijia, when I look in your direction, all I see tonight is a sea of white. Why is that?
Nancy, the color of white really pays tribute to the suffragettes who fought for the women's right to vote. And tonight, 104 years after women were afforded that right with the 19th Amendment, it is also celebrating a potential new chapter for women, and already history-making moment for the vice president, who, of course, is the first Black and South Asian woman to become the presidential nominee of any major party. And so we have seen this in the past. It really is a tribute that Harris herself actually has participated in. A fun fact, back in 2012, when she delivered a speech here at the DNC, she also wore white. It's something that she has done over the years, along with her colleagues in various settings, to really talk about the right to vote. And as we have been talking about all week, Nancy, she's really put the idea of freedom at the center of her campaign. And tonight's theme is for the future. And so she will likely tie the history of voting rights to her vision for the future, Nancy.
And right now we see Marcia Fudge taking the stage, HUD director for the President of the United States. And as I've been looking at the list of speakers for tonight, Weija, I've been noticing a lot of people from battleground states. You've got Congresswoman Lucy McBath of Georgia, Gabby Giffords and Mark Kelly of Arizona, Governor Whitmer of Michigan, Governor Roy Cooper of North Carolina. If you want to make it onto the list for the big night, night 4, it certainly helps to be from a battleground state.
And Nancy, as you listed off those names were also part of another list, which was curated in large part by you and, of course, our politics team, because many of those names were on her list as potential running mates for the very reason that you just outlined, because of the importance of battleground states. Ironically, she actually went with, of course, Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota, which is reliably Democratic, but still, the people that she had been talking to were many Democratic governors of those states to stress how important the vote is there. And so you're absolutely right that, this is a prime time night to participate in the DNC, and that is the reason, because they're able to talk to voters in their state. They're able to talk to perhaps more moderate voters to try to convince them that the vice president can soldier on for them, even though she doesn't come from a battleground state herself.
Weija, this arena has been abuzz with rumors about who might be appearing here tonight that is not on the list. We've had some surprise appearances all week long, and people assume, rightly or wrongly, that the biggest surprise must be saved for tonight. And a Harris campaign official actually stoked the buzz when she posted an image of a bee for Beyonce a couple of hours ago. She later said that her 6-year-old had gotten a hold of her phone, but that has not stopped these rampant rumors that Beyonce or Taylor Swift or somebody big who's not on the list might be making an appearance. Can you put any of those rumors to rest?
I can't confirm or deny those rumors, Nancy, because we just don't know. Oprah last night was a huge surprise, and that was by design because they really wanted to energize the crowd here. As far as that coincidence, it's pretty remarkable timing for a 6-year-old to post that. But what we can report is that at every campaign rally, of course, the vice president has been using Beyonce's song, Freedom. So that isn't exactly a full-throated endorsement, but it's pretty close that Queen Bee herself would allow Harris to use that song. So, your guess is as good as mine, but certainly there are rumors running rampant that perhaps she could be here on the stage. But, we are not in the business of those kinds of predictions or political predictions. So I think it's wishful thinking along with everyone else, because I'll tell you, if she does come on the stage and I am here, I don't think I'll be able to prevent terrible dance moves coming right at you, Nancy.
We would expect nothing less, Weija. I've been assured by a convention official that there are no big surprises tonight, but maybe they're just trying to surprise us about the surprises. Either way, thank you so much for your insights. We'll talk to you in a little bit. Let's bring in now CBS News Executive Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto. Anthony, you have been tracking how much of a bump candidates typically get from conventions. What can you tell us?
Hey there, Nancy. Yeah, look, it's never too soon to start thinking about what might be the political impact of this. The first thing I want to say, and it also sets up the state of the contest coming into tonight, is that with Harris at +3 in our national polling over Donald Trump, that already represents something of, in fact, a very specific move, because Joe Biden was down 5 points before he stepped aside. So that's from -5 to +3. The other context of this, though, notwithstanding the Democratic move, is that Donald Trump is still polling closer to his Democratic opponent than he was at this point in 2020. So we open up, let's say we open up the poll vault, as we like to call it, and go back in time and look at past Democratic pre- and post-convention changes. The story I'm going to tell you here very briefly is one in which post-convention bounces are getting a lot harder to get. Take a look at this. Jimmy Carter in '76 gets a 9-point move. He still goes on to lose, though. Gets a 10.1, goes on to win there, but loses in 1980 when he got a 10-point bounce, loses in 80, despite that big bounce. Mondale doesn't get a big one, but there wasn't a lot of room to move there because Ronald Reagan was so dominant. And just go through these. The ones that stand out here, Clinton, 92, a 13-point move. That was very famously a very successful convention for him. But what you see here, even with Gore, 10 points, and then he went on and lost as well in a close one. Look, all of this means that you see some double-digit moves here before the turn of the 21st century. But then I'm going to show you this, Nancy, and this is Kerry 04, Obama 08, 3 points. Obama 12, 5 points. Clinton in 16, 4 points. Not doing 2020 because there wasn't a convention like this one, of course, during the pandemic. The point here is that these numbers are a lot smaller than the ones I showed you from earlier on, from before the 21st century. This is a partisan story, Nancy. With partisans so locked in, it may be getting harder to get those kinds of swings after a convention. So just for example, take a look at this. 98% of Democrats are already for Harris. 94% of Republicans are already for Donald Trump, right? Not a lot of room to maneuver there. Back in the days I was describing, twice as many, more than twice as many of the other party would cross over. That gives you some of that elasticity that enables things to move. So look, we do not know what is going to happen out of this. The historical context says it's getting harder to get a big move. And yet, well, this is what makes it exciting, Nancy. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, the reality is there are just so few undecided voters at this point. That's why the party needs to focus on firing up its base to vote. That's what they've been trying to do for the last 4 nights here in Chicago. Anthony Salvanto, thanks so much for breaking it down. Well, Kamala Harris's speech tonight will be a moment to reintroduce herself to the country. Ahead, I'll talk to someone who's known her for decades about her character and her journey to the DNC podium tonight. You're streaming America Decides. We'll be right back with that.
About Social Security and Medicare. And he said, and I quote, "There's a lot you can do in terms of cutting." Cutting? He's talking about cutting Social Security and Medicare while giving a huge new tax break to billionaires and corporations? Well, Kamala Harris is not going to let that happen.
These are the stories
1, 2, 3, go!
Of we, the people.
We're trying to generate our own hope.
It's a huge deal.
I'm enabling them to feel valued.
Eye on America. Weeknights on the CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I use sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off. That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party? Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide. America Decides. Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
Exclusively on CBS News 24/7, the streaming home of CBS News.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Vice President Harris is going to be speaking in a few hours. She was born and raised in Northern California, but she moved to Montreal as a teen. That's something that not a lot of people know. And it was there that she met a friend who set her on a path to becoming a prosecutor. And we are with that friend now. Her name is Wanda Kagan. She has known Harris since she was 14 years old. Tell us what Kamala Harris, the teenager, was like.
Well, thanks for having me. Kamala Harris, the teenager, is kind of a little bit about what people see now. She's always been an empathetic and very, very supportive person. She fights for what she believes in. Most people don't know, but we're close friends because she took me in. I was being molested and abused at home, and right away, she's not someone who just says something, she does something, and she said, you know, come and live with us. And her mom and her sister, they took me in and right away, and they gave me that sense of stability and everything, setting me on a path to like a career in the healthcare industry.
And she's not only did she step in at a pivotal time in your life, but she says that you changed her life because your experience inspired her to become a prosecutor.
Yeah, that was an extremely, extremely emotional moment when I had been trying to reconnect with her to thank her for intervening at a pivotal point in my life. And she's thanking me for setting her on a path to going into being a prosecutor and fighting for women and children's rights because of what she went through with me. So it's very emotional, touching.
And I just watched some of your story up on that big screen behind us a few minutes ago because you're one of the many friends and family members helping to tell her story to the public now that she is the nominee. Could you ever have imagined that she would be in this position and that you would be in this position?
Well, nobody ever imagines their best friend to end up becoming the president, but I would say I'm not really surprised. She was always a fighter, and not just like for when she was fighting for my rights, not just taking me in, but literally fighting for what my rights as a woman and my own body. But she, like in high school, she fought for over 40 years ago for women not to have to go to prom with a date, you know, because back then that was not even acceptable. If you didn't have a date, you didn't go. And she was like, no, we're just going to all go together, because there was girls crying. They didn't have a date. What are we going to do? And so we just went, a group of girls over 40 years ago to prom together, you know. Yeah.
And a lot of girls are still doing that today.
Yes, she set that tone years back.
How do you feel as a friend tonight? Is it nerve-wracking to know that she's going to have to get up there on stage, give the speech of her life, introduce herself once again to the American public after a week in which we've heard from Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, Bill Clinton, Tim Walz, and on and on?
She's going to rise and shine to the occasion, and I'm just so overwhelmed with joy, and I'm so proud of her, and I'm so proud to be a part of it, and to share my story and our story with the world, to know the type of person that she is. And I can't wait until she introduces herself to the world.
Well, you've now known her for 3/4 of your life. Yes. So thank you so much for sharing that part of her life with us. I really appreciate it, and enjoy the night tonight.
Thank you so much.
Wanda Kagan, really appreciate it. Coming up now, next, more from the convention floor as excitement builds as we await Kamala Harris's big speech. You're streaming America Decides on night 4 of the Democratic National Convention. Stick around.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Resident, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes.
Did you ever have these problems before the derailment?
No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing, bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else. This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
You can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are continuing our coverage of the final night of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago. Things are already revving up, as you can see. Lots to talk about, so let's bring in our political panel, Kadia Goba and Jasmine Wright. Kadia is a politics reporter for Semaphore. Jasmine is a politics reporter for Notice. And Jasmine, you are right down there in the middle of it all. What's going on?
Listen, Michael Jackson is playing. The crowd is dancing. I can hear people really shaking it behind me. They're really pumped up for this speech, something that has really been a quick movement, obviously only 4 weeks since Harris went on top of the ticket, but they're excited to see their new Democratic nominee. And I think really hear about her vision for America, something that I know that aides for the vice president say that she is going to really expand upon for her speech.
Kadia, as we look at women jumping up and down because they're so excited by what they're seeing on the stage tonight on night 4. We've talked so much about what Harris needs to do tonight and what she plans to do tonight, but you've been talking to Democrats attending this convention about what they want to hear from her. What are they telling you?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because it's a mix. When I talk to a lot of black women, they say, well, we want her to be herself. We want her to show her confidence that we know she has and really project that. And they feel like as vice president, you know, she kind of didn't have that opportunity. They want to see that front and center. But then when I speak to people in rural Nebraska, they are elated that, you know, their state and their area has such a prominent, or especially yesterday, had such a prominent, you know, voice on the stage. And they said, they told me, you know, frankly, Democrats, they felt, kind of ignored them and really focused on the coastal states. So they are really elated. They feel like, you know, the same issues that coastal states have, they also are going through with housing and healthcare, and they'd like to see that they're front and center.
When you have spoken to black women, have they talked to you at all about how or if they want her to talk about race tonight, especially after Donald Trump made a point of saying that she had somehow turned black recently or had ignored that part of her heritage, when that is obviously not the case?
You know, when I speak to most black women, they say she doesn't have to discuss that. She's front and center. You see her as a woman of color. It's not even relevant if she addresses them. And I remember doing some reporting and talking to members on the Hill who said, we have her back. We'll do that for her. But they don't feel she needs to do that. It's pretty obvious who she is.
That's interesting. You know, Jasmine, it's such a tall order because here you have the vice president speaking on night 4. People have already listened to dozens of speeches, people firing up the crowd like we're watching them be fired up right now. You heard really masterfully delivered speeches from Michelle Obama and Barack Obama and Bill Clinton and even her own running mate, Tim Walz. How high a bar does she have to get over tonight, especially when you've had multiple speakers saying that she has this incredible joy that she is going to convey to the American people tonight?
Yeah, well, I think the bar is sky high, and I actually think that this is something that the vice president knows. I was talking to somebody very close with her just about 30 minutes ago, and they say that she knows, she understands just the amount of pressure that this moment commands from her, but they feel that she's ready to live up to it. Something that I reported on for today is just like kind of the meticulous preparation that she has gone through in getting this speech to where it needs. They worked on this speech weeks before the president said that he would not remain in the race. And instead of just throwing it away, they actually retooled it, saying to me that really the message remained the same. And it's really a meticulous process going back and making sure that they find the right messaging, because the vice president is somebody who recognizes just the amount of scrutiny that she is in, and that every word that she utters is really going to be picked apart, not just by Republicans, of course, but also by Democrats who are really looking to understand how she will govern. Maybe not the details, but the overarching broad strokes of how she would govern as president. So I think that that is what they recognize is the very high bar. Not necessarily that she has to be the best speech giver like Michelle Obama, like President Obama, but she has to be the most authentic version of herself. That is what people are hoping to see, as well as a real clear vision for the future, not just in contrast with the former president, but also just for the American people. And so I think that is what the bar is, Nancy.
Jasmine, there have been literally dozens, if not hundreds, of speakers over the past 4 days, and yet we have not heard from a Palestinian American, which is something that the protesters outside of this arena have been calling for. Even the United Auto Workers today released a statement saying that they should allow a Palestinian American to speak on stage to talk about the conflict in the Middle East. What have you learned about why the campaign and organizers have decided not to let that happen?
Yeah, well, I think that the fire is actually really on the campaign's feet to have tried to make this happen before the conclusion of these 4 days. Obviously, the vice president is somebody who a lot of folks thought was more empathetic to the Palestinian cause and the victims of the Israel-Gaza conflict than former President Biden. I think over the last 4 days, we saw a much smaller protesting foot at the DNC than I think was thought of when President Biden was still on the top of the ticket. But I think that they will have to answer questions going forward as to why they didn't make time in the schedule for a Palestinian American to explain or to tell America about the plight that they feel that their people are feeling. And I don't think that, obviously the conclusion is going to happen tonight and it's going to be a rah-rah for Democrats and they're going to be excited. They're going to understand that they're going into the next 70 or so days really feet to the floor trying to make Vice President Harris President Harris. But of course, this issue is going to continue to follow them. And I think that they're going to find that they potentially have a problem by not letting a Palestinian American speak tonight, the last day of the DNC convention.
What do you think, Kadia? Do you think that this is going to be a mistake that follows this campaign, particularly when it comes to progressive voters or younger voters who are disappointed? Or is all that going to get forgotten once this convention is over?
No, I do think it's going to be an ongoing issue, not specifically whether Palestinian Americans were allowed on stage, but just the issue at hand. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on the Vice President to make some substantial promises probably, or just make a commitment out there. So, yeah, I think this is not going to end. And I think we'll keep seeing this within the next 80 days.
Particularly as we head into the fall and you've got students returning to campuses all around the country. Kadia Goba, Jasmine Wright, thank you so much for your insights this evening. I really appreciate it. CBS News senior White House and political correspondent and roving floor reporter Ed O'Keefe joins us now. Ed, which delegation do you find yourself in this evening?
Nancy, we're going to camp out in California for the rest of the evening for a few reasons. One, it's mighty packed down here. We are beginning to feel like sardines a bit. But we've managed to secure a good spot here with our friends from the Golden State who discovered at one point that there were imposters in their midst, people who had shown up early who weren't in your delegation and had taken their seats. And so now the delegates are showing up. They're still sorting out exactly who should be sitting where. Because, look, it's a big night, and this is a pretty darn good seat. I am joined by Supervisor Holly, remind me your last name, forgive me.
Holly Mitchell, LA County.
Who covers, you've got Inglewood, you've got Compton, you've got a big chunk of the city.
Coastal communities, 2 million residents.
And you've been coming to these conventions since 1988, you said.
1988. I was a young staffer to a member of the California State Senate, and I used to come as a staff to help sort out seating, yes.
So you've been there. How big a deal is tonight for someone like you, not only in elected office, but also from California, someone who's worked with the vice president, once was senator, once was attorney general, and frankly, as a black woman, to watch this happen?
I almost don't have the words. It's absolutely amazing to hear them talk about her record around housing, having carried several of the housing bills in her package. You just have to imagine someone that you've had a working relationship with, who you've dined with. I was at her wedding reception, and And the mere thought that she could be elected president of the United States is a bit overwhelming. It makes me deeply proud because it shows all of us that you can do the right thing, have courage, represent the least among us as an elected official, and still make it to the highest elected position in the land.
That wedding reception was 10 years ago tonight, right? Tonight's their anniversary. All right, Supervisor, thank you so much. The best part of this for her is while she was standing here with us, she got an upgrade to a better seat. So it's what happens when you talk to us, Nancy. You get access.
I would expect nothing less from you, Ed, and we are witnessing something really fascinating on the floor where you are right now, which is a standing ovation. Perhaps not surprising, this is a very progressive crowd for Elizabeth Warren, the Senator of Massachusetts. Very popular with progressives, former presidential candidate, and she looks like she's getting kind of emotional. Let's listen in to what she has to say.
You know what I love best about Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris can't be bought, and she can't be bossed around. Now, I first met Kamala in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crash. The banks had flat out broken laws, cheated people, and stolen homes. Millions of Americans had lost their jobs, their savings, their homes. Now, I was setting up the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Go CFPB! Kamala was protecting families as California's Attorney General. You bet. And Donald was scamming students at Trump University and trying to make money off people losing their homes. Kamala Harris stepped up. She enforced the law, she fought the giant banks, and she delivered billions of dollars of help for families. And that is the difference between a criminal and a prosecutor. You know what else I love about Kamala? She gets it. We need to make life more affordable for working people. Yeah. Donald Trump, the felon, has no plans to lower costs for families. He doesn't know how, and basically, he doesn't really care. When did he ever fill up a gas tank or worry about a grocery bill? The only bills he worries about are from his criminal defense lawyers. But Kamala, she cares deep down. And she will take on the giant corporations that are squeezing American families. In fact, it's something she's done before. During the California wildfires, she went after the price gougers. During the pandemic, we worked together in the Senate to stop price gouging. And as president, she will lower costs for your family. She'll take on the Wall Street firms that buy up millions of houses and apartments and then jack up the rent. She'll take on drug companies that charge an arm and a leg for prescriptions. She'll take on corporate monopolies that rip off consumers and billionaires who don't pay taxes. And she'll take on right-wing extremists who think they should decide who has access to abortion or IVF. Kamala will protect abortion rights nationwide. Yeah. And there it is. Groceries, gas, housing, healthcare, taxes, abortion. trust Donald Trump and JD Vance to look out for your family? Shoot, I wouldn't let those guys, I wouldn't trust them to move my couch. We need Kamala Harris. This election is about your family and your future. I've seen Kamala Harris fight. I've seen her win. And when it comes to our families and our futures, Kamala Harris is someone we can trust. So here it is, with joy in our hearts. Let's elect Kamala Harris, the next President of the United States.
A massive cheer for Senator Elizabeth Warren, the progressive senator from Massachusetts, a colleague of Kamala Harris, a one-time competitor with Kamala Harris for the nomination back in 2020, and now a fervent supporter. In just a few hours, Vice President Kamala Harris herself is going to close out the Democratic National Convention. Coming up, I'll speak with a senior spokesperson for the Harris campaign about the sky-high expectations for tonight's speech. You're streaming America Decides from night 4 of the Democratic National Convention. It's a raucous night. We'll be right back.
These are the stories
1, 2, 3, go!
Of we, the people.
We're trying to generate our own hope.
It's a huge deal.
I'm enabling them to feel valued.
Eye on America, weeknights on the CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off. That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024? Let us help you decide.
America Decides. Stream our expanded 1-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
Exclusively on CBS News 24/7, the streaming home of CBS News.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
This is a people-powered campaign, and together we will chart a new way forward. A future for freedom, opportunity, of optimism and faith.
That was Kamala Harris speaking at a rally in Milwaukee Tuesday following the ceremonial roll call here at the convention, selecting her as the Democratic Party's nominee for president. What can we expect to hear from her tonight? Well, let's get some answers from Adrienne Elrod. She is the senior advisor and senior spokesperson for the Harris-Walz campaign. Adrienne, it is great to see you. What can you tell us about what we're going to hear tonight?
Well, first of all, Nancy, it's great to be with you. Look, the vice president has been taking tonight very seriously. She knows that this is the biggest speech that she's given so far as a candidate, quite possibly the biggest speech of her entire political career. And she's going to, first of all, talk about how her middle-class upbringing, raised by a single mom, it really sort of, paved the way for her career in public service. It drove her to be a prosecutor to help protect middle-class families, to protect women and children. It drove her to run for attorney general to help consumers and lower prices for families and take on big drug lords. And then it drove her, of course, to run for the United States Senate and then become the vice president of the United States to President Biden. So she's really going to talk about how her values and her family really drove her career in public service. And then, Nancy, she's going to really focus on this moment to talk about Donald Trump and really the contrast in their two different visions and how they, believe that the presidency should be. She's going to talk about the fact that Project 2025 would be incredibly dangerous if enacted. She's going to talk a lot about Donald Trump and how he's seeking political retribution on his enemies, whereas she wants to move our country forward, not backward like he does. So she's really going to talk about that contrasting vision. And at the end, she's going to really focus on the fact that she is an American patriot. She is in this for all the right reasons. She wants to move America forward, and she wants to make sure that she is a president for all Americans, no matter how they voted, no matter how they feel about her. She is a president for all, would be a president for all Americans, and she's in this for all the right reasons. So it's going to be a really important speech tonight, and as you can see by the electricity in this room, the packed house at 6:40 p.m. when she's not even speaking until a couple hours from now. People are really excited to see this happen in person, and I know, of course, millions of people are tuning in across America as well.
Yeah, I was really surprised to see how quickly this arena filled up. But Adrienne, as we are also focused on what's happening here in Chicago, there is an unusual development unfolding in Arizona, where we're going to hear from the independent candidate RFK Jr. tomorrow. Our sources say that he is mulling dropping out of the race. He's mulling throwing his support behind Donald Trump, who coincidentally has an event scheduled tomorrow just half an hour away in Arizona. What would all of that mean for the Harris campaign?
Well, look, Nancy, I don't think it really changes that much. It certainly doesn't change the reasons why Vice President Harris is in this campaign, to fight for the American people, to fight for middle-class families, to fight for the values that so drove her to get into public service for the rest of the American people. It's certainly not going to change her. And if RFK Jr. wants to team up with somebody who is trying to divide our country, wants to enact a very dangerous agenda, wants to be even more harmful in a Trump 2.0 presidency than he was the first time around, he's welcome to do that. But our focus is clearly and squarely on the American people and fighting for them and moving our country forward.
It's hard to know for sure what's going to happen. We've been getting some mixed signals from RFK Jr. and his running mate all week, but we'll definitely be watching tomorrow. And of course, we'll be watching tonight to see what the vice president has to say. Adrienne Elrod with the Harris campaign, thanks so much for joining us. Tonight, Kamala Harris delivers the biggest speech of her political career. Coming up, I'll speak with a former Obama speechwriter on what she needs to do to energize the party. You're streaming America Decides. Stick around.
Secretary of Defense under President Obama. I want to talk tonight about national security, because the choice in November is stark. America retreating from the world or leading the world.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
For 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Haitians are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hey there, welcome to The Uplift.
I thought she was a groom, and I stepped back and I went, oh, you're the queen. She's gonna be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you'd go to Disneyland with me today.
I look over at him and he's smiling.
I'm gonna remember that the rest of my life.
They told us when he was gonna be born, he was only gonna live for 30 minutes. It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift, stream now on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
A CBS News investigation. People looking for love, finding their life savings gone.
This could happen to anybody.
And sometimes losing their lives. Anything for love. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We pull each other up. We draw strength from our victories, and we learn from our mistakes. But we keep our eyes fixed on that distant horizon, knowing that Providence is with us, and that we are surely blessed to be citizens of the greatest nation on earth.
That was then President Obama firing up the crowd while accepting his party's nomination for president 12 years ago in 2012. Earlier, I spoke to Jon Favreau, who previously served as White House Director of Speechwriting for President Obama. He's now a co-host of the political podcast, Pod Save America. John, thanks so much for being here. It's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
So as a speechwriter, former speechwriter, current speechwriter from time to time, take us behind the curtain of what is going on right now, a few hours before Kamala Harris gives one of the biggest speeches of her life. What is that speechwriter going through?
Well, I know who it is, so I know what he's going through. One of my friends from the Obama campaign was a speechwriter there named Adam Frankel. They are doing last-minute edits. I'm sure Kamala Harris is just sort of going through the speech with a fine-tooth comb, making sure that everything is right. They probably practiced once or twice. I know they probably did a run-through earlier this week, but you probably want to do one more run-through on the day of the speech. And but usually the day of, it's kind of calm because the craziness happens over the last month or so.
The speech is done.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, you were a speechwriter for President Obama. Mm-hmm. A lot of people would say, you know, he's a famed orator. You had it easy. You could write a grocery list and he would make it sound like prose.
Yeah.
Now, I know you worked very hard, but how does a speechwriter for Kamala Harris make sure that this speech meets the moment, especially after she's gone after some pretty incredible speakers all week long.
Convention speeches are really difficult for the nominee because the nominee has a lot of business to get done, right? Some other speakers can just kind of talk about what they want and talk about the nominee. She has to talk about herself, define herself, talk about her biography, talk about her record, and then she needs to frame the choice in the election, talk about what the difference would be between voting for her and voting for Donald Trump, the policies that she would put forward versus the policies Donald Trump would put forward. And then after you do all that, you have to make it inspiring, and you have to keep it, all within 40, 45 minutes.
Oh, is that all?
That's all. I remember when I was writing the 2008 convention speech with Obama, we flew to Denver, where the convention was, from Montana, and on that plane, we still had to cut like 2,000 words from the speech.
Oh my God.
And I was just like, and I'm not a good flyer either, and it was a bumpy flight, and I'm like sweating and cutting words and editing last minute. It's a lot. It's really hard to do.
It's especially a lot when you are writing for a politician like Barack Obama, whose race, whose heritage was often used by his opponents to make him seem different or scary. And that's something that Kamala Harris may have to contend with as well. How should she address that in her speech tonight, if at all? The Obamas touched on it certainly earlier in the week.
She has been, in her speeches over the last couple of weeks, been talking a lot about patriotism and how much she loves her country. That's been a theme of this convention. I mean, and for us, Barack Obama, when he first was at the 2004 convention in Boston, speech he wrote himself before I started working with him, the reason people still remember that speech is it was him reclaiming patriotism from the Republicans. And the Republican, or Trump especially, wants to paint Kamala Harris as the other, right? And I think that Kamala Harris's job and the campaign's job is to say no, and you've been seeing this all week, we're just normal people, normal families, middle-class upbringing, and we have the same struggles as everyone else. And so I think that's what she'll probably do again tonight.
I was talking to one of your fellow Pod Save America co-hosts yesterday, Tommy Vietor, and we were talking about the fact that the four of you famously came out the day after President Biden's disastrous debate, and you went there and you said he probably needs to leave the race. And that ultimately did happen, but there were some pretty stressful weeks in between. There were a lot of Democratic officials who did not agree with you and were not happy that you did that.
Yeah.
Are you still in timeout with some of them, or do you think that all's well that ends well?
I hope not, but I mean, it was an easy decision to make because, I believe that Donald Trump represents an existential threat to our democracy, and therefore, the top priority is to beat Donald Trump. And I love Joe Biden. I think Joe Biden's been a great president, but what we saw at that debate is not someone who had the best chance of beating Donald Trump. So I think that has to come first. Joe Biden ultimately made the decision that has to come first. He made the selfless decision to step aside. But, if people wanted to criticize us for it, it didn't really bother me because I felt so strongly that the most important thing is to win this election. So it didn't bother me as much. And, I've talked to some of my friends on the Biden campaign, and, they get it now too. We're all going to be friends. The Harris campaign. Yeah, well, originally Biden staffers. And they all get it now, and we're all unified, and we're going towards November. But this is the problem with politics sometimes, is it gets very personal, but what's at stake here is so much more than anyone's personality, including Joe, or anyone's personal feelings, including Joe Biden. And so, and I think he recognized that, and the party recognized that, and that's why we're moving forward.
So if you picked up the phone today and you called Jen O'Malley Dillon, she would answer your call?
I may see Jen O'Malley Dillon tonight after the convention. I hope I do. I've talked to a lot of the Biden-Harris folks, throughout this week. So it's been great to see them. Tommy just interviewed Michael Tyler. Dan Pfeiffer interviewed Michael Tyler, who's the communications director of the campaign, and I believe we're interviewing Dan Cannon on Pod Save America today. So
Democratic unity.
That's right.
Is a real thing.
That's right.
John Favreau, Pod Save America, former speechwriter for President Obama. Thanks so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
And that does it for me for now. I'm going to see you in a bit with my colleague Nora O'Donnell and the rest of the CBS News team. You've been streaming America Decides. Stick around.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this.
What is at stake here? What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened? Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
So if we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party? Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
About the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now.
That are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
When people say who's first to get in the morning, that would be me. Morning news matters because it sets the tone for your day, and it's a way of getting you started.
Day to day, that first draft of history, it happens right here.
We're going to uplift you. We're going to send you out your way.
We take you places, we teach you new things, and we make you feel like, it's not all bad.
People say to me, you always seem to be having a good time. And you know what? You're right.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
This week on CBS News 24/7, all-day coverage of the Democratic National Convention with special editions of America Decides and the Daily Report with John Dickerson, and followed by complete coverage from the CBS News political team live from Chicago. Stream all-day coverage this week here on CBS News.
Are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win.
This is a CBS News special, America Decides, the Democratic National Convention. Now reporting from Chicago, Norah O'Donnell.
The sun is setting, but the evening is just beginning. Welcome to the final night of the Democratic National Convention at the United Center here in the Windy City. The stage is set. The crowd is excited, and Vice President Kamala Harris is hours away from making history, becoming the first woman of color to formally accept the presidential nomination of a major party. Tonight is the night for the eagerly anticipated keynote address from Harris. Her campaign says there are 3 goals: reintroducing herself to America, drawing those sharp contrasts between her policies and Donald Trump, and then finally talking about patriotism and unity. The convention this week has carried the optimism and momentum fueling the Democratic Party since Harris landed at the top of the ticket just 1 month ago. And now it's up to her to convince voters that she's up for the job as commander-in-chief. Now, when the convention started, Harris and Trump were in a dead heat for the White House. We'll see if her speech tonight can make a difference. I want to bring in our amazing team here in Chicago, CBS Mornings co-anchor Gayle King, CBS News chief political analyst John Dickerson, and Gayle, this is what everybody here has been waiting for. I mean, they've had a star-studded lineup.
Yes.
All of the top lawmakers across the country.
Yes.
But now they're nominating.
You can already feel the difference. Number one, I literally just sat down people out there 2 minutes ago. Just getting into the building is more of a joke. We actually got out of the car and just started running, so I'm still sort of huffing and puffing.
Well, you're here. You made it.
Yeah, but I made it, and I'm really thrilled to be here. But this is what we've all been waiting for. People say they know her resume. They know she's qualified. They know her credentials. But who is she really? What is the story she's going to tell tonight? So I've heard people say, listen, I want to find out how she became who she became, and what does she want to do for America to move this country forward.
John, you've written books about the presidency. You've interviewed them. You've been at many of these conventions, and we've been out on the campaign trail for decades together covering candidates. But why is this night so important for a nominee of either party?
It's such a great question, Nora. It's because this is where people feel like they can, to Gayle's earlier point, get a touch and a feel of a candidate, you know, and develop a personal connection and a bond. It's not about policies, although I'm sure some policies might help people come to an understanding, but they just grab onto a little something. And so that's one of the things I'm looking for, is what can people take home in their pocket from this speech that they repeat to their friends, or that gives them a sense of this candidate. And we've heard so many times people talk about what Kamala Harris used to say when she was a prosecutor. She would say, Kamala Harris for the people. I gotta bet that's maybe her opening line, because that's also been the theme of the speech. The other thing the theme of these 4 days, the other thing I'm looking for is tonally, we know the word unity, fine. What can you say, and what stories do you tell, and what outreach do you actually engage in that actually is unifying? We've heard Oprah, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, Tim Walz all say, if somebody doesn't agree with you, extend them the grace you would expect for you. Yeah. That's an act of unity. What will we hear from Kamala Harris along those lines?
Also, Nora, all of those people have knocked it out of the park this week. I can't imagine what she must be thinking right now, because everybody has gone to do this for her, to present her, and now she has to present herself, knowing that everybody has knocked it out of the park. And now, really, people are hoping and believing that she will do that.
Yeah.
Everybody here believes she's going to knock it out of the park tonight.
It's an excellent point. I want to bring in Ashley Etienne, the former communications director for the vice president, now a CBS News contributor. And Ashley, you've worked with her and prepared for her for big moments, big speeches, big interviews. How does she prepare?
Well, you know, I just met with her campaign manager and her communications director in the last 2 days, and I asked them, what's the mood, what's the sense, how's she feeling? Because this is a very big moment for her, and there have been really incredible speeches that precede her moment. And what they're saying is that she's incredibly sober about this moment. She recognizes how important it is for her, but also for the American people, for them to touch and feel her, but understand her vision and be inspired by it, to become a part of this campaign. So when we used to prepare her, you know, we'd walk in with a theme, get her feedback to it, and then you go back and forth and maybe to about 10 iterations. It's an incredibly laborious process, no matter who the principal is, to arrive at a final product. But with her, when we first, in that first year, we were trying to learn her voice. And I think now what we've seen over the past 3 years, she's been in the shadows and she's developed it now. So what I'm excited to see is the Kamala Harris that she presents to the world today. Everyone's going to be watching, and she understands the pressure of this moment, but is not putting too much, according to her team, not putting too much weight on this moment.
Laborious process, though, Ashley, does not sound fun. That sounds extremely difficult.
Well, I mean, the work of working for a principal, the president, the vice president, is hard work.
Yeah,
it's not easy work, and not everybody can handle it. But the point is, you know, we understood the mission, and when you understand the mission and what your purpose is, you're willing to do all the work that's required.
Want to touch base with our chief election and campaign correspondent, Robert Costa, who is also here in the United Center. And Bob, you know, this week is all about the Democratic Party and their nominee, but Donald Trump has been holding events every single day. And today he was in the battleground state of Arizona. What are you hearing from Republican sources?
Good to be with you. It's evident to me, based on our reporting at CBS News, that the Trump campaign's high command watching everything here in Chicago very closely. They're focused on immigration and border security today. The former president in Arizona today will be in Arizona tomorrow. They believe Vice President Harris is vulnerable on that issue. And yes, she's going to probably get a bump, they believe, from this convention. She's going to get good headlines. But they believe also that this is the calm before the storm, that she will have to face attacks from them, advertising in the debate that's coming up, and on the campaign trail about immigration and border security, about the economy. So there's a political war ahead, even as there is a celebration among Democrats tonight. And inside the Trump campaign, they're also watching whether Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the independent candidate, decides to endorse Trump tomorrow. It's definitely a possibility based on our conversations with Trump sources. Not a done deal, but there is now a surprise special guest, unnamed, scheduled for the event tomorrow.
Robert Costa, you make such an excellent point. These conventions are heavily scripted, but campaigns and being out on the trail are not scripted, and that's where candidates really show their mettle. CBS Mornings co-host Tony DeCopel joins us from the floor at the here at the United Center as well. Tony, tell us where you are.
Hey, good evening, Nora. I'm on the other side of the large embankment of cameras from where you are, so you can't see me, but I've been seeing you. And where I was sitting this morning with Gail, I told her about how every evening it seems like they manage to bolt new chairs into the arena, and somehow more people are here. It is louder and the energy is even higher. That is true again tonight. And if you want an indicator of just how optimistic Democrats are, just how well they think this convention is going, well, I've got Jackie Pelt here from the District of Columbia. The District of Columbia happens to be where the White House is, and that is where the inauguration would be. What's happened with hotel rooms there?
Hotel rooms in the District of Columbia are all sold out. Now individuals have to go to Virginia to try to get a hotel stay, or hopefully they have a relative in the area. I have been getting calls about space on my couch.
That is optimism, I tell you what. Tell me about the unmissable aspect of people's outfits tonight. There's a lot of folks wearing all white. It means different things to different people. There's the suffragettes, there's unity among women, there's reproductive freedom. Summarize, if you could, what it means to you.
Unity among women tonight, to just show Kamala Harris that we're with her 100%. All white, chucks and pearls representing her.
You know, if she becomes the first female commander-in-chief, it will mean something beyond measure for all women, all colors, all backgrounds, but for black women in particular. Can you put into words what it might mean?
It means that for young women, little girls growing up, to look at Kamala Harris step into the White House as the first female president, it means now that that's something they could reach one day. I have a granddaughter. I can tell her now this could be her spot one day. Whereas when I was growing up, you never thought that would happen. So it opens up new doors now for young women, girls, and they see this. I think it would inspire them to work harder, so one day they could be stepped into the White House.
That's beautifully put. You asked me earlier, can you tell your family you're going to be on TV? Yes, you can now tell your family you're going to be on TV. It has happened. Nora, I'll send it back to you guys.
And a very fine job that she did, and a great interview, Tony. Thank you so much. And senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe is also on the convention floor. Good evening, Ed.
Good evening, Nora. We're going to spend our night down here with California. They have the best seats in the House. We're at about row 3 right here. And part of the reason we're going to be with California all night is because you just can't move around. It really has become sardines in a can. They've already closed the floor because there was such a crush of people trying to get down here. California also discovered there were some people sitting among them who aren't actually delegates from California. They were just trying to get a better seat. They've been booted back to wherever they came from. There are lots of delegates in the California delegation, congressmen, governors, former governors, mayors, big Hollywood donors. But there are also people like Shay.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing good.
You are from Oakland, right?
Yes.
And this is your second convention.
Yes, first-time delegate.
First-time delegate. There's a woman being nominated tonight to run for president from your hometown.
That's right.
Did you ever think that would happen?
No. To be honest, I never thought in my wildest dreams that a black woman would have the opportunity to, one, be the vice president, then two, to be nominated to be the president of the United States.
And how big a deal is this back home for people in the Bay Area?
Well, you have to think Oakland and the East Bay is home of the most black people in the Bay Area who've been, marginalized, lack of support, and living in extreme poverty. So it's a lot for us to have someone with a lived experience who understands our issues, that is going to bring that lived experience in every decision that she makes as our next president.
And you've had a chance to meet with her over the years.
Yes.
When she talks tonight about her career in California, her upbringing in the Bay Area, what do you think she should focus on as she explains herself, reintroduces herself to the rest of the country?
Well, I don't have to tell anyone about Oakland, a high population of black people. While they're the smallest percentage, we take up the most space in our local county jails and prisons. She's created programs that she understands, like we didn't have a fair shot at the beginning, to be able to provide opportunities for people to come back and successfully re-enter the community is one of the things I really am excited about, her having that experience as a prosecutor, but also on the other side of fair chances.
And you got a pretty good seat tonight. How did you score this fourth row seat?
Being a whip in this community, knowing all these great Democratic leaders that are running this organization, we've worked a long time to change and prepare people for an equitable democracy. That's how I got this seat.
All right. Well, Shay, thank you for taking a moment to spend.
Hey, it was very nice to talk.
Likewise. Enjoy the view.
So much. Thank you.
Nora, we're going to talk throughout the evening about the history of tonight. Some of it's obvious, some of it is quite symmetrical to conventions past. We'll get into that a little later.
I do want to hear about that, Ed. And also, you're there with the California delegation, as you mentioned, have that front row seat. And of course, we are expecting some surprises tonight. There might be some surprise performers. And so, Ed, I know you'll be right there in the front row with the California delegation. So we'll touch base with you as soon as we learn more about who may be some of the surprise entertainment tonight. Want to check in with senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang. She's at the podium. She's also got a front row seat. She can see the podium. She's right there. And Weijia, there's a lot of women wearing white tonight.
Nora, it is great to be with you. Of course, the white symbolizes and honors the women's right to vote, the suffragettes who fought so hard for that right, and the color has long been associated with the movement, but tonight it also represents the progress that women have made 104 years after women got the right to vote. It symbolizes the country's first Black and South Asian woman to become the presidential nominee of any major party. And of course, white has been used to support other women's rights as well. In fact, during the State of the Union in 2024, this year, the Democratic caucus wore it to support reproductive freedoms, which is another centerpiece of this campaign. And Harris herself wore white when she made history the first time around during her acceptance speech as vice president back in November 2020, not only as a nod to the suffrage movement, but to all those women who came before her, women like Representative Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black woman to be elected to Congress. And so, you know, from this incredible perch, we'll be able to see the vice president before she takes the stage. So we'll report back if she's going to become part of this sea of white tonight, Nora.
Weijia Jiang, thank you. And as Weijia mentioned, many women wear white to mark the 19th Amendment, women's suffrage, which was first proposed in Congress in, I believe, 1878. I wrote it down. It didn't pass the House and Senate until 1919, and then was ratified finally by the state of Tennessee in 1920. And remarkable, if you go back and look in history, how long it took women to get the right to vote, how many Black Americans struggled to get the right to vote. It is part of the fight. It is part of this democracy. It's a part of our incredible history that is talked about and celebrated in politics. And even the rights of others who say that it's been more difficult for them to vote. That's certainly part of the conversation as well. I do want to go now because addressing the DNC is Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey. She's the state's first woman and first openly LGBTQ person elected to the position. Healey and Harris work together as their state attorneys general.
Saying, I'll only speak to Kamala, because they knew she would listen, because they knew she would help them find justice. And she did. That's the Kamala Harris I know. A few weeks ago in Massachusetts, I watched a little girl meet the vice president. Her eyes were so wide, as open as the future. Kamala asked her about the summer, her basketball camp, and what position she likes to play. The little girl said to her, anything but defense. Kamala put her hand on her shoulder and replied, me too, I love offense. That's what it means to be for the people. Kamala Harris fights for all Americans. She stays on offense and she wins. And I know that she'll fight with the same passion, the same determination as President of the United States. I can't wait to see her prosecute the case against Donald Trump on the debate stage in September. We face a stark choice in this election: a felon and con man or a dedicated prosecutor. The contrast between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris is clear. He obstructs justice. She upholds it. He swindles people. She serves them. He thinks he's above the law. She actually understands the law. That's what this election comes down to. One candidate who's out for himself, or Kamala Harris for the people. It's a battle for the future of our nation. And tonight, we will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Kamala Harris should be, she must be, the next President of the United States. Thank you.
And that was Governor Healey of Massachusetts. She's the first elected female governor of Massachusetts. I was thinking in the past about Jane Swift, who also was acting governor there in Massachusetts and gave birth while in office. That's why I remember her in all the politicians we've covered over the year. But we do have some information to share with you because we just got some excerpts from the Vice President's acceptance speech tonight. And, you know, Ed O'Keefe was down there in the California delegation. He was talking to one of the delegates who's from the East Bay, and that is where Kamala Harris is from. And she's going to talk about her upbringing there.
Well, I like something that stood out to me. I think it's always nice when someone is saying, I'm the president for all Americans, if they're not part of your party or you're not sure if you're going to vote for them. Part of it says, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight. I want you to know I promise to be a president for all Americans. I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations. And I always like this. And always fights for the American people from the courthouse to the White House. That has been my life's work. And everybody actually who knows her and works with her says that's exactly who she is. Her life's work.
Absolutely.
I like that phrase.
And I think the part that stands out to me, and because I remember this story very vividly, and first time sitting down with the vice president, she tells us the story of Wanda, and she's going to speak to the story of Wanda. Wanda was her friend that was molested by her father, and the vice president noticed there was something wrong with her. And this is what I am always struck by, is I always say the vice president sees people. It's very similar to what Congresswoman Crockett said yesterday, that there's some way that the vice president knew that there was something wrong with her. And the vice president then knew in high school that there was something wrong with Wanda. And she asked her, and she said, my father's violating me. And she said, well, you must come live with us. And the way that the vice president told me the story is that's when she knew that the system had failed people like Wanda, and that she wanted to go into the system to change the system to support people like Wanda. And that's how I see the vice president. It's very similar to what Oprah Winfrey said yesterday, challenging the people at the top to empower the people at the bottom. And that is the very essence of who the vice president is. And that's what it's clear she's going to bring to us.
I must say, when I read that, I had not heard the story of Wanda. I got the chills. You know, you can think about that, being in high school and a friend is down. What's going on? And that friend confesses that they're being sexually abused by their stepfather, and say, well, you're coming to live with me. I'm going to take care of you. And then that moment in your life when you decide what you want to be in life. And she's going to say tonight, that is one of the reasons I became a prosecutor, to protect people like Wanda. That's a powerful message. That's going to resonate with people. But who protects you? who protects you?
And it
right?
also starts
Who's thinking about you? Back to that word "you" that when Bill Clinton talked about. But the chills you got, Nora, that's exactly what that's the A+ of a speech for a politician. If they can give somebody the chills, and the next day they tell the story about. They tell basically that story, and it goes to who's going to protect you in the White House.
In the end, guys, storytelling always makes a difference. One of the hits yesterday was Oprah's story about Tessie. I'd never heard about Tessie, the story of the little girl, and then how it tied to Kamala Harris, too. Maybe this will help people who are worried that Kamala Harris is too far left, because everything's to be moving to the middle, USA, USA, and you hear stories like that. How can you call that as a far-left point of view when you hear a story like that?
And stories are more powerful than just saying, I want to be the president of all Americans, because in 2016, Donald Trump said, I want to be the president of all Americans, and I believe he said it again this time.
Yes,
it's become rhetoric, so a story takes people further.
And I think it's this point that she sees people, that to me explains the momentum behind her campaign, because so much of the campaign was about Donald Trump, and it was a fatigue around Donald Trump. Even Joe Biden's campaign became about Donald Trump. And now she's being able to reset and saying to the American people, I see you, you can see you in me. And I think that explains the momentum behind this campaign right now.
All right, ahead, First Generation Z, Congressman Maxwell Frost takes the stage. We'll be right back.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off. That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
That desired farm, it's a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
Promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we were run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight.
Collective ownership is powerful.
To keep their land and their dreams alive.
To watch my children play on land that we own means everything.
So land is power.
Most definitely.
40 Acres and a Mule, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of the Democratic National Convention. This is the fourth and final night, and you can see, people have tears in their eyes already. Yeah, that's Octavia Spencer. And a number of celebrities turning out tonight and speaking as well tonight. I know Gail's putting on her glasses. I don't have mine. But just so you know where we are and our ability to see what you guys see at home is a little bit further away from us.
Yes, we're in the nosebleed section. We have a very good view, and there is oxygen up here, but it is very hard to see exactly what's happening down there in the audience.
Yes,
but a lot of celebs, all kidding aside, turned out. I saw Stevie Wonder in the hotel. We saw him last night. He was staying because he wanted to be here to hear the speech in person. We saw.
Yes,
John Legend. No, John Legend.
Spike Lee was here. Yeah. He was at the New York delegation.
I just texted Spike and said, will you please come and talk to Tony DeCopel? He's now ghosting me. He's now ghosting me.
Well, tonight, Nancy.
Don Cheadle is what I was thinking about.
Cheadle.
I saw Don Cheadle and his wife. And there is a certain energy that you guys have been here all week. I just got here yesterday, and I felt the energy, but you can really feel the difference, Nancy, in how it was from Monday to today.
Absolutely. You know, every night until today, before today, you saw people sort of trickling in throughout the course of the night. Tonight, everyone was in their seats by 5:30.
Yes.
And they were ready.
Yes.
And you see the sea of white, too, which is really amazing. But people were fired up from the very start. We saw Pink warming up earlier tonight. Yes, so she's going to make a big appearance at the end. I've been told by
there's a rumors that Beyonce is either in the building or going to be in the building. I happen to believe that something is going to happen with Beyonce.
There's
tonight.
Spike and his wife.
Yeah. Oh, see. Hello, Spike.
Yeah.
Look at your phone. Look at your phone, Spike Lee.
We have not been able to confirm the Beyonce, Taylor Swift rumors. They are rampant down there, let me tell you.
Well, you know, the Taylor Swift rumor is interesting to me because I was told a couple of days ago that Travis Kelce also had reached out to the Harris campaign when it was first announced and said that he wanted to be here on the night that she was speaking. We'll see if that is true.
I think they have a game. They have a game tonight.
Yeah, I know he has a game, but that doesn't mean that he's playing.
That's true, but I don't think he can. You look like you know something, Gail.
I'm just saying. Well, we shall see.
That would be very exciting.
It could also be, guys, part of the Keep Hope Alive plan that everybody has.
The only rumor we haven't heard is a resurrection of FDR.
Yes, that's a very good point, John. Very good point.
There's a lot of joy in the anticipation that some of these people might actually show up. I want to touch base with Robert Costa, who is on the convention floor. Robert?
I've been talking to people close to Vice President Harris, and this is such a big moment for her personally, but also in her political career, to rise through the ranks of being San Francisco's district attorney, then running statewide, Attorney General of California, then running for the United States Senate, ending up Vice President of the United States. Her presidential run flamed out a bit in 2019, but she gets on the ticket with Joe Biden. He becomes president, she becomes vice president. Now, in just about a month, she has to transform herself politically into this commanding leader of the Democratic Party. Her friends and allies and advisors tell me she's ready for it, but she has been a dutiful number two to President Biden for so long. But they say she has watched him up close. She's observed the presidency, studied the presidency, taken these trips abroad. And tonight's speech is not going to be all about her time as VP, though, I'm told. It's going to be more about making an introduction to the country about her values. Now, there is a political risk there, her allies acknowledge, and not getting too deep into policy. But they want to have a thematic introduction here that makes it accessible to voters in suburban Philadelphia, suburban Atlanta, suburban Milwaukee, to say, hey, this is someone who speaks to me as a neighbor, as a leader, as a possible president. The details can come later.
Robert Costa, thank you. And Nancy, you are our chief White House correspondent. You've been able to see the Biden-Harris relationship up close. She has been largely in the shadows.
Yes, and you think she's the vice president of the United States. Why does she have to introduce herself to the country? Don't they know who she is? But part of the job of being vice president is you don't soak up the spotlight. You never get out in front of the boss. And so she has kind of been in the shadows. And now suddenly this is her party, her big coming out party, and she's got to reintroduce herself and tell people what she's all about.
Our next speaker is Florida Representative Maxwell Frost. He's the first Gen Z member of Congress. Let's listen.
Florida, you might expect me to talk about how climate change will impact our future. But as a Floridian, as a Florida man, I'm here to tell you that the climate crisis isn't some far-off threat. It is here. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance think they can divide us by saying this crisis is some type of hoax. But I've walked the streets of communities that have been forced to rebuild after hurricane flooding destroyed their homes. I've heard the stories of immigrant farm workers made to work in horrid conditions exacerbated by this crisis. And I felt the scorching record heat and know that climate change can sometimes feel like an unstoppable force. But with our movement and with organizing and an administration that cares, we are making progress. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have proven that tackling this crisis creates jobs, that investing in clean energy protects our health, and that investing in mass public transit builds strong communities. And we must always remember that peace is essential to our climate and war destroys our environment. This election is about every drop of water that we consume and every breath we breathe. Fighting the climate crisis is patriotic. And unlike Donald Trump, our patriotism is more than some damn slogan on a hat. It's about actually giving a damn about the people who live in this country. Because when you love somebody, you want them to have clean air. When you love somebody, you want them to have safe drinking water. And when you love somebody, you want them to have a dignified job. And so, America, it's simple. Let's get to work and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz for our planet, for our future, for our present, and for our people. God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, if y'all are ready to say Madam Vice President.
And that was Maxwell Frost, 27 years old, the first member of Gen Z to be elected. He was part of this national organizing director for March for Our Lives. And you can see what a dynamic speaker.
But you know what, Nora, before he was elected, he was driving Ubers. We did something with him back in the day. He was driving an Uber, and he couldn't even afford the rent. He couldn't even afford an apartment in D.C. But you hear him speak, and he's very impressive. Yeah, and his star is only going to get brighter. Don't you think?
You know, well, yes, and remember how much conversation there's been about the age of the leaders in the Democratic Party. That's changed, obviously, with the top of the ticket. But speaker after speaker over the last 4 days have been up-and-coming Democrats, and so a party that is healthy has a deep bench, and there are a lot of Democrats.
One thing he said at the top, he said, you know, I'm a man from Florida, and you'd think I would talk about climate change, but then he didn't talk about climate change. Nancy, we haven't heard a lot about climate change during this convention. Why not?
We've actually heard more about immigration than we've heard about climate change at this convention. I think it's partly a reflection of the fact that this convention had to be overhauled so quickly to be focused on Kamala Harris instead of Joe Biden, and introducing the country to her. Joe Biden was someone the country obviously already knows very well, and it does seem like some issues have gone by the wayside. What I've also been told repeatedly by campaign officials is that they don't think that a lot of policy talk really sinks in this environment. People want to be told a story. They want to hear about personality. They want to hear about your outlook what kind of leader you would be, and they sort of tune out, they feel, if you get too deep into the weeds.
It's funny that we've heard so much about the battle over the working class and labor. What I've heard a lot at this convention, whether it's driving for Uber, how many times have we heard McDonald's mentioned? Yeah. Everybody worked at McDonald's.
Yeah.
I mean, Kamala Harris is probably going to talk about what she worked at the fry station at McDonald's.
Yes, I worked at Frosty's Freeze. Does that count? I mean, but everybody has a story.
I worked at Kingwa Garden.
See? Everybody has a story of what they did in their team. Where'd you work, John?
I worked serving hot dogs at a basketball summer camp at the concession. We didn't even have a name. We just it was just who's that kid with the hot dogs soaking.
Nancy, your turn.
I worked at the Liberty House, which is kind of Hawaii's version of Macy's.
Yeah, but
back in the day.
That's what I think is so great, because we all remember those teenage years and working.
Yeah.
At the time, you may have been complaining about it, you hate it, but you really realize that it does shape you in some way that you don't even realize at the time.
I liked it. I actually liked it because it was the year that The Little Mermaid came out, and I was 14 years old, and they just played it on a loop in the housewares section.
And then never forgot it.
That's going
all these years.
That's going in Nancy's nomination acceptance speech.
So inspiring.
Oh my goodness. Well, we are going to hear from Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro shortly. He was supposed to speak last night, but the program ran long, so he's going to be coming up later. Oh no, he's not. He's coming here. He's coming here.
I was going to say I could have sworn I saw him.
Yes.
No, I was going to say I could have sworn I saw him speak. But
I got distracted by the Little Mermaid.
I get it. I get it. But I just saw him in the hotel about an hour ago, and just now when I was doing the O.J. Simpson dash through the convention, huffing and puffing, I passed him, and he said, "I think I'm coming to see you later." I said, "We'll be waiting." So I think he's planning to come.
Well, you are going to hear from him, just not from the podium. He's actually going to be here with us. You're watching CBS News' excellent, exciting coverage of the Democratic National Convention.
Yeah.
On our places, bright shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Resident, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes.
Did you ever have these problems before the derailment?
No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing, bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else. This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
You can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Pennsylvania is a critical battleground state this year. In 2020, the Democrats narrowly carried the Keystone State. Joining us now right here in the CBS booth is Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, a top contender to become Kamala Harris's running mate. And you made history as the highest vote getter in Pennsylvania gubernatorial history. Am I right?
Sure did.
How many votes?
A lot.
3
million or something. Yeah, exactly.
You remember the number.
You remember.
It was a whole lot of Democrats, but also Republicans and independents. That's the thing I'm most proud of. We brought people together.
How has the race changed in Pennsylvania now that Kamala Harris is at the top of the ticket?
I mean, look, it is effectively a statistically dead heat right now. The race is even. It was not before. But in Pennsylvania, you can get it to even, say maybe at that 49-yard line. Man, that last yard and a half is tough to pick up. And that's kind of the phase of the campaign we're in. The good news is I think Kamala Harris, Tim Walz are poised to get that yard and a half. They're showing up in communities that oftentimes have been left behind. I mean, let's not lose sight of the fact that right before they came here, they weren't in Philly or Pittsburgh, 2 great cities. They were in Beaver County, Pennsylvania, a rural corner of our state in the Southwest, talking about cutting costs, talking about economic challenges. That tells me that they understand the importance of going everywhere in our Keystone
So
State.
on that question of the issues, how does the Harris-Walz ticket make the case in your state?
I think doing what they're doing now, meeting families where they are, talking about how are we going to reduce costs, how are we going to protect our freedoms, how are we going to make sure that you've got a fair shot, no matter what you look like, where you come from, who you love or who you pray to. And importantly, reminding Pennsylvanians of the chaos Donald Trump brought when he had the keys to the White House before and the ways in which he restricted our freedoms. Let's not.
Don't you have to be more specific than that? Like, what are you going to do to bring down grocery prices? Or
pardon me, I'm sorry.
No, yeah, just that. What are you going to do to help me bring down grocery prices? You know, I'm still working really hard and I have less money in my pocket.
I agree with you. And that's why I think the day before they were in Beaver County, if I'm not mistaken, they were in North Carolina talking about bringing down grocery costs. In Pennsylvania, they were talking about child care tax credits and other things to put money back in people's pockets. I'm really sensitive to this. Listen, I'm the only governor in the nation with a divided legislature, Senate led by Republicans, House led by Democrats. I've cut taxes 4 times for seniors, for families, for small businesses twice. It's really important that we put money back in people's pockets. I think the Harris-Walz ticket understands that.
And until they went there, Governor, I'd never heard of Beaver County, Pennsylvania. I'm thinking maybe I need to go check it out.
Come check it out with Miguel anytime.
I would love to go. But let's take it outside of Pennsylvania for a second. What does she need to say? Because there were so many Democrats and independents that were just over it. I'm just not voting. There's nothing here that inspires me. What do you think she needs to say tonight to reach those people that said, I'm done, I'm not turning out?
Such a good question.
Look, first off, I think it's clear she's injected real enthusiasm in this campaign. She's helping people be seen and helping them feel like they belong. When you feel like you belong, you're excited to vote. And not only that, you're excited to maybe put a lawn sign on your lawn. Grab a neighbor and bring them to the polls. Make sure your kids get out and vote if they're in college or they're somewhere else. It's really important to have enthusiasm and joy in a campaign, and Kamala Harris has brought that. And I think tonight's speech will enhance that.
Governor, the Marcellus Shale, Pennsylvania sits on top of that. If I'm right, the fracking is important to your state. Kamala Harris said in 2019, there's no question I am for banning fracking. Donald Trump's going to talk about that. That goes right to people's pocketbooks and economic opportunity for the people of your state. How does that not hurt the candidate?
Listen, I'm an all-of-the-above energy governor, and natural gas plays an important role in that. We are a net energy exporter. We've been an energy powerhouse for generations. And not only is it important for jobs and putting food on the table for families all across Pennsylvania, We take real pride in that. Yeah. Kamala Harris did say that in 2019. And then she showed up in Pennsylvania a whole bunch. She listened to people, and she has made clear that now she wants to continue natural gas extraction. She wants to continue to help Pennsylvania be a leader when it comes to energy production. I appreciate the fact that she listened, and I appreciate the fact that her position evolved.
Is that going to work?
We were just talking before you got here about Donald Trump.
You're taking up a lot of space in his head, it seems.
Apparently, yeah. A little obsessed with me.
Yeah.
Kind of weird.
Well, we listened to you last night, and I thought you were going to kind of go after Trump because you're a pretty effective spokesman for democratic ideas in the attack on Donald Trump. But you were more about your vision for the country. Yeah. But nevertheless, Donald Trump, in his Truth Social post, claims you've, quote, done nothing for Israel and never will. He called you a highly overrated Jewish governor.
Yeah.
Of the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
At least he got great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Highly overrated Jewish governor. When you hear that about yourself from him, you think what?
Look, I don't want to make light of it. This is a guy who wants to be the president of the United States, peddling more anti-Semitic tropes, putting more hatred and bigotry into our public discourse. I don't get upset when he attacks me. But I'll tell you what, a whole lot of folks come over to me and tell me how it makes them feel, how it makes them feel threatened, how it makes them worry if they even belong here. I think more than the anti-Semitism that he spews, what he's really doing is showing he's unfit to be a leader. We want to elect a leader to be our next president, someone who loves us, someone who thinks that we belong. And, when I think about electing a leader, a president, I want someone who shares the values that I try to teach my kids every single day. He is devoid of those values. He believes that his path to success is separating people out, creating others, attacking people. It doesn't upset me, but it upsets the American people. And it shows that he is a profoundly and pathetically weak man and unfit to be a leader of this nation.
In your state where there are a lot of Trump supporters, how do you say things like that if you're Kamala Harris and not have those voters go, oh, she's calling us deplorables, she's writing us out of the American story?
Yeah.
How do you take the case against a candidate, as you just did, without collateral damage to that candidate's voters, who you're trying, maybe in some cases, at the margins, to pick up?
Well, look, first off, I've been blessed to receive support from a whole lot of Republicans in Pennsylvania in every one of my elections, and I've won every single one of them. And as Nora mentioned, set a record on the number of votes. I enjoy a lot of support amongst people who say, at least right now, they're going to go to the polls and vote for Donald Trump. I would never, ever, ever insult a voter for making a choice that is different than mine. I'll make the case. I'll show up in their neighborhood. I'll explain why I think my vision or Kamala Harris's vision, Democratic Party's vision, is better. But I will never put them down. I would never insult them. And Kamala Harris would not do that either.
Governor Shapiro of Pennsylvania, good to have you here. We're hearing this great drum line. We're going to watch that.
Thank you, Nora.
Nice to see you.
Very nice to see you.
Yes.
Great to see you guys.
Nice to see you. Thank you. And let's listen in now to some of the music on the stage here at the Democratic National Convention. And let's go now to CBS Morning's co-host, Tony DeCopel, on the floor. Good evening, Tony.
They're chanting USA, they're waving flags, and we knew you weren't going to come to us when that drum line was playing. That was a terrific performance, one of many tonight. I am with a very important person down here, a woman of note, not only because you are a senator representing 40 million people in California, but because you have known Kamala Harris for 15 years, Senator LaFonza Butler. You are also a woman who seems to be at supreme ease this evening. What is going through your mind?
Just a real point of pride and excitement. I'm so proud of my friend who I've known just to have an incredible heart and care and compassion for others around her. And the American people tonight get to know the fantastic woman and leader that I've known for 15 years. And so I'm proud, I'm excited, I'm excited about being around so many Democrats who are having a great time celebrating our country.
Your relationship with Kamala Harris goes all the way back to her first statewide campaign in California. So you have a sense of her, what she's doing to prepare for a moment like this. How does she prepare for what could be the biggest night of her political career?
There's no doubt this is the biggest night of her political career. And my sense of her right now is that she's quieting her mind. She's going through our remarks. She's thinking about what it is that she wants the American people to know about her and about the stakes of this moment. And she's excited to come out and share this day, this historic day, truly, with everyone in this arena. But most importantly, all of those who are watching, who may not be Democrats, but who really care about the future of our country.
You know, I sit next to Gayle King every morning and talk on live TV, and yet I still get nervous when I'm doing it. I can't imagine addressing an audience of tens of millions and a crowd like this with it all coming down to you. Do nerves factor into her performance tonight?
Look, she's an everyday, average, regular human. Talking in front of 25,000 people in an arena can be quite nerve-wracking. But there is a confidence about her in this moment that I have just found so stilling for my spirit, and I know is true for hers as well. Despite all the nerves, there's so much at stake, and the fight for the future of our country is worth it.
While I have you here, I just have one more question about strategy.
Yeah.
You know, when Hillary Clinton ran in 2016, she really emphasized the historic nature of her campaign. That was on the signs. You could not escape that fact.
Yes.
Kamala Harris, it's been pointed out, has been more subdued about the historic nature of her candidacy. What's behind that?
Look, this is a moment that I think that the Vice President is communicating to all of us that the future of our country is bigger than any one person or any one gender, any one race. This is about all of us as a human race, as the people of this country, to come together and make some hard choices, but clear, but making sure that we're taking care of the clear contrast between the two candidates that are in front of us. And it's bigger than just her.
Earlier tonight, a woman in the District of Columbia delegation told me that people are already calling her, trying to reserve space on her couch for the inauguration. Are you making plans as well?
I am going to be there, absolutely. I am making plans. My family is making plans. It is an exciting moment. And Democrats, I think, are going to invite enough of the coalition to really win the future of this country. And it's going to be an exciting January.
Senator Butler, thank you very much. I'll let you wave that flag. Thank you. Nora, back to you.
Tony DeCopel, great interview with Senator LaFonza Butler. And they're having a dance party on the floor now. One of the songs that was just played was Beyonce's
Texas Hold'em.
Texas Hold'em. There are some people dressed up Cowboy Carter.
I know there's already a thing that says Cowboy Kamala. That was a whole thing that was taking off. Yeah. Maybe we're all just looking for clues of Beyonce, but of course people look at that and go, that's a sign, that's a sign. Well, it could be, no, that was just a rotation. What'd you say, Nancy?
TMZ says she's singing.
Yeah?
I mean, they're not the final authority, but it's TMZ.
That is. And Gail, what do you know?
Your sources are pretty good.
Gail, do you have any sources on this?
Yes, I have some sources. Listen, I would not be surprised. I'm just going to say this. I would not be surprised. That's all I'm going to say.
And why would you not be surprised?
Because, number one, she was given the permission to use freedom. That's number one. Number two, I happened to see Jay-Z earlier this week and had a conversation with him. he gave nothing, but he gave enough.
All right.
I would not be surprised.
That's a tease. Coming up, Gabby Giffords and Senator Mark Kelly address the convention, and later, Vice President Kamala Harris formally accepts the presidential nomination. We'll be right back.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I'm John Dickerson. Join me for the Daily Report, weekdays on CBS News 24/7.
This week on CBS News 24/7, all-day coverage of the Democratic National Convention with special editions of America Decides and the Daily Report with John Dickerson, and followed by complete coverage from the CBS News political team live from Chicago. Stream all-day coverage this week here on CBS News 24/7.
Well, I have their attention, clearly, and they've gotten yours.
You'll be surprised at what the U.S. Commerce Secretary is responsible for.
We allowed manufacturing in this country to wither on the vine.
Gina Raimondo on 60 Minutes.
This was the day that I was sworn in.
Amid the chaos on Capitol Hill, this Democratic leader has been able to reach across the aisle to avert crisis and get some things done.
We were sent by the American people to solve problems.
Hakeem Jeffries explains how.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
How would you say Tony and Nate?
You mean Nate? Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you Billy Crystal. Guess who's in the house? Look at his outfit. Hey, give me some love, baby.
Would your mother like me?
My mother does love you.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
I swear they should have a camera during the commercial. You have such a good time here.
Are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win.
This is a CBS News special, America Decides, the Democratic National Convention. Now reporting from Chicago, Norah O'Donnell.
Good evening and welcome to the fourth and final day of the Democratic National Convention at the United Center here in the Windy City. History will be made tonight, with Vice President Kamala Harris becoming the first woman of color to formally accept the presidential nomination of a major party. You can see the dance party is already underway. It's been 4 nights of pomp and circumstance has led to this. There you see the vice presidential nominee, Governor Tim Walz, and his family. They made a lot of news last night, including the very exuberant reaction from the governor's son, where he said, "That's my dad." It went viral today. And in a little more than an hour, Harris will deliver the most important speech of her political life with the keynote address. What will it do? Well, it will give her the opportunity to reintroduce herself to the American people, to share her story, tell them who she is and what she believes in. And we are told Harris will say this in part: with this election, our nation has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward, not as members of one party or faction, but as Americans. A unifying message there, and I want to bring in our amazing team here in Chicago. CBS Mornings anchor Gayle King. Hi, Gayle.
Hi, Nora.
Chief political analyst John Dickerson, and Nancy Cordes from the White House. And Gayle, we've seen in the CBS polling that a third of voters say they don't know a lot about Kamala Harris.
We do keep hearing that. It's one of those things, it's interesting because she's been VP for the past 4 years, but most people say she's famous, but they don't know her. So tonight is a night, we know her resume, but tonight is a night to say, who are you really? You know, that question that all of us get asked at some point. Who are you really? What makes you tick? How did you become who you became? What do you like? What do you not like? And what are you going to do for the country?
In fact, she's going to say, Gayle, that she's going to reach out to the other side. In fact, according to the excerpts we've just gotten, she's going to say, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want you to know I promise to be a president for all Americans. I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations. So really putting out a lofty vision and extending an olive branch to the other side in very partisan, divided times.
The other thing what we will hear tonight is about why she became a prosecutor, a very personal story about a high school friend who was sexually abused. It's a very personal type of this speech. But for now, we are going to be listening to the national anthem. Tonight, the national anthem is being performed by the Chicks, the American country band from Texas. Let's listen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave over the land of the free and the home of the brave?
And now we're going to hear from Kerry Washington, very popular actress, most well known for her starring role in Scandal as the political fixer Olivia Pope. And she's going to be appearing with the granddaughters of Harris.
Isn't she the host this evening? Kerry Washington is the celebrity host this evening.
Welcome to the final night of the Democratic National Convention. The last 3 nights have been extraordinary, and tonight we hear from our next president, Kamala Harris. Now, as I stand here, I know that there are folks on social media already saying, go back to your TV show, shut up and act.
But I am not here tonight as an actor. I am here as a mother, as a daughter, as a proud union member. I am here as the granddaughter of immigrants, as a black woman descended from enslaved people. I am here tonight because I am an American and because I am a voter and because we, the people, are stronger when all our voices are heard. Look, I know that I am the one standing on this stage, but I am not the lead character in this story. You are. All of you. You are the messengers. You are the fixers. Dare I say it, you are the Olivia Popes. You are the superheroes saving this democracy. It is you, not me, who have the greatest power to convince your loved ones to vote. So, just like Michelle Obama told us, let's do something. Let's make a video. Everybody take out your phones. Everybody take out your phones. We're gonna make a moment. Can somebody bring me my phone? I wanna capture this historic moment and share it with the people that we love. Oh, hi! What'd you do? Take this video, guys. We're all going to take it together. We're going to post it to social media, text your friends, send this message out into the world. When I say when we fight, you're going to say? Are you ready? Okay, let's record. We're recording. You ready, Tony?
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay, ready? When we fight, when we fight, when we fight, are you ready for Kamala Harris to win? Because when Kamala wins, America wins. We did it! We did it, Joe. Thank you, Tony.
I don't get to stay?
No, you gotta go.
Bye, everybody.
Tony Goldwyn, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so listen. It's come to my attention that there are some folks who struggle or pretend to struggle with the proper pronunciation of our future president's name. So, hear me out. Confusion is understandable. Disrespect is not. So tonight, we are going to help everyone get it right. Here to help me are some very special guests. Thank you, ladies. Can you tell us your names?
Hello, everybody. My name's Amara. And my name is Leela, her little sister.
And what are you here to do?
To teach you how to say your auntie's name.
Okay. So how do you pronounce it?
First, you say comma like a comma in a sentence. Then you say la like la 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 la.
Put it together, and it's 1, 2, 3. Kamala. All right, so let's practice. Let's practice.
Everybody over here, say comma. Everybody over here, say la.
Together. For president.
San Francisco last week.
Yeah, look at them.
And so if you did not know how to pronounce Kamala Harris, they're from Kerry, Washington, and the grandnieces of Kamala Harris. They have taught everyone here how to correctly pronounce her name.
interesting about that to me, Nora, is that I've known her for a long time, and I know the correct pronunciation, but we've heard so many bad pronunciations. I now, in my mind, say it like that.
That's right. Want to bring in Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, who joins us here. Nice to see you. Thank you for being with us.
Very nice.
Exciting. It's great to be with you.
It is a big night. Have you spoken with the Vice President? What is she going to say tonight?
Well, I think you've probably seen some traces of what she's going to say. But what she's going to say is we're going into the future in a much better way. In her own words. In her own words. It's pretty exciting.
And have you spoken with her since this convention began? How's she feeling?
No, I haven't spoken to her since the convention began. I've spoken to her since she was endorsed by Joe Biden, yes.
It has
and
been
we had her in San Francisco just last weekend, yes.
It has been an electric convention. These last couple of big speakers that we heard from, certainly the Obamas, the Clintons,
Great.
you.
Yes, you.
We heard from the running mate, Governor Walz, last night. He is viewed as a progressive. How does he appeal to independents in some of these battleground states?
Well, I guess it depends on your perspective. I served with him for 12 years in the Congress, and he knows that governing is down the middle. He came there representing a very, very red district, joined Democrats, Republicans, independents together for victory, and came to Congress and voted for the Affordable Care Act. Took that risk in his very first term, went back, won, came back to be a champion for America's veterans, doing more for veterans, working with Chet Edwards from Texas. The two of them did more for veterans than had been done since World War II. So I don't know how people paint one another. It's a question of the issue. It's a question of the issue. He teaches us a lot about farm, about agriculture policy, and we all learned a lot from him. I don't think in the House of Representatives people considered him a liberal.
Madam Speaker, are you amazed? You know, every time they pointed out that it's only been a month that this whole ticket has changed. Are you amazed by how quickly she has seemingly galvanized the party to stand behind her? What is it you think she needs to do to keep her foot on the pedal? But are you surprised first how quickly things have turned around in a month's time? Look at this crowd tonight.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. But as I've said, politically, Kamala Harris is very astute. She won hard races all the way up the line. And it was her own view of how she would do that that made her successful. So I'm not surprised. But I think it's important for people to know that, because she's not just going to win herself. She and Tim, she's going to lead the Democrats to victory.
Madam Speaker, what is the astute way to win in this election in the specific battleground states? What does she have to do? You're an organizer. You started out on the ground. How do they have to run it?
Well, here's the thing. She has to be herself with her vision for America, which is very different from the other side, her values that have motivated her, and her priorities. The rest of us have to be on the ground, mobilizing, getting out every possible vote, working to translate the message so that it's unifying and not menacing. Progressive, bold, not menacing, unifying, and to have the resources, the intellectual, the political, the financial resources to win. And we have to say to everyone, when we leave here, we have to be getting to work. The euphoria is wonderful, but only as an engine to do the work that needs to be done.
Let me ask you then about the House races. If there is a contested election, it's going to matter who has control of the House. How has her nomination changed the map for those members you know so well in those districts that are tight?
Well, our members have been very pleased in the last few weeks with the increased volunteerism that has emerged in their district, the small donor contributions, just the willingness to vote. Young people weren't even interested in, some of them weren't even interested in voting. So all of that is very upbeat, and the members can quantify it. It just translates into success. We will win the House. We only need to win 4 seats. We will win the House. But your question is the right one. because on January 6th, Hakeem Jeffries must be the Speaker of the House. I say that from experience. Thank God I was the Speaker of the House on January 6th last time.
Yes. You know, your book is out now, the Hour to Power. I really enjoyed the book, and there's a line that stands out to me where you said, sometimes in politics, you have to take a punch, and sometimes you have to throw a punch. So my question to you is, how many punches do you think the Democrats need to throw to make sure that Kamala Harris is elected? Do you think that's going to be necessary?
Let's finish the sentence. To take a punch, throw a punch. For the children. And so I think that Democrats are ready. Elections are about the future. They're not, everything we've done is important to say to prove that we can be effective. But really, people want to know how it translates to their kitchen table discussion on the cost of housing and health care and education, their jobs, their pensions, their freedom of expression, their freedom to have a family if they wish and when.
You did not mention the economy or immigration. Those two issues are top of mind for voters, and those are ones that President Trump is saying that the Biden-Harris administration has failed on.
Well, when I talk about the cost of housing, the cost of health care, the stability of their pension and their job, I'm talking about the economy, how it translates at the kitchen table. And the fact is that that's how people are interested in the economy, how it affects them, in my view. It's not the boardroom table, it's not the cabinet table, it's their kitchen table. In terms of immigration, I think it's very clear. There is a path. There was a path.
Say that again.
What's his name? The former president said to the Republicans, don't give them a victory. So there is a substantive policy pass on how to deal with that. And we can even do better, probably, as people know more about it, to go forward. So what people have to know is a decision was made to win, a path to victory, and a fair and clear discussion of the issues, all of them.
Madam Speaker, you made history as the first female Speaker of the House. Kamala Harris is on the verge of making history. How hard is it to campaign and while you have the burden of making history at the same time? How hard is it to do the job, also campaign, and the burden of all eyes on you?
Well, I say it another way. I can bake the pie or I can sell the pie, but it's hard to sell the pie while you're baking it. And by the way, Kamala's a very good cook. But, it's just what you have to do. And people ask, is this a long time or a short time, 75 days? Well, in some ways, it's just the right amount of time to be able to do your job, tell people about it, and win the election. There's something very special going on. It's very exciting, but we can't mistake that for an electoral victory. We just have to just win, baby.
Well, we all like a good pie here, no doubt. Apple pie is my favorite. Speaker Pelosi, always good to have you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice to see you again.
And let's go now to the convention floor where CBS Morning's co-host Tony DeCopel is there. Good evening, Tony.
Hey, good evening, Nora. You know, multiple times this evening and past evenings, I've talked about the energy in the room here and how remarkable it is. It's very easy to forget that just last month, Joe Biden was saying, I'm the president, I'm the nominee, and I'm running in 2024. And so I've made a point over the last few days to ask the delegates here 3 particular questions. The first one is, when exactly did you throw your support behind Kamala Harris for president as opposed to something else? And the answer is right away on that Sunday. The moment that Joe Biden dropped out, it was like he uncorked something spectacular, and that support immediately went and unconditionally went to Kamala Harris. The second question I ask is one that a lot of people have been asking. Is it not unusual to have a candidate first, and now we're waiting on what the policies will be in their specifics? And people do acknowledge, yeah, that's a little bit unusual, but guess what, Tony? We're living through unusual times. And then finally, I asked the question, are you not concerned that she will go in a direction that is different from the Biden administration and maybe doesn't align perfectly with your values, maybe on marijuana legalization, maybe on energy, maybe on immigration? And people say, they are, in some respects, concerned, but overall, they know all they need to know on reproductive rights and on the alternative. On character and values, the people in this room support Kamala Harris, regardless of what policies may come down the line. So that's something that's in the air tonight, those three questions, and I just wanted to give our viewers a little insight into what the thinking is in the room on those points. And I'll send it back to you on that note.
Tony DeCopel, thank you so much. And our senior White House and political correspondent, Ed O'Keefe, is also on the convention floor. Good evening, Ed.
Good evening, Nora. We are down here near the front row, and you may be asking yourself, who gets a front row seat at the Democratic Convention? Well, you got to be a member of the California delegation, and you got to be a constitutional officer. So California's Secretary of State, Insurance Commissioner, the Attorney General, the longest-serving member of the House of Representatives, Lofgren, that's who gets the front row seat if you're in the California delegation. One thing about tonight, and we've been talking a little about the history, the obvious history, that Kamala Harris is about to be nominated by the Democratic Party. Her speech tonight coincides with the 60th anniversary of the 1964 Democratic Convention. And Fannie Lou Hamer, a woman from Mississippi, came to the Democratic Convention and denounced her party for not letting her sit with an integrated delegation from her home state of Mississippi. Several speakers this week have called out that speech as an example of the progress made by the country and by the Democratic Party. Another example of the progress, I'm joined now by Deon Fox, who is a city councilwoman in Inglewood, California. You're also wearing a color that we're going to see a lot in the crowd tonight, pink and green.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So this is our sorority colors. We are a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, and our colors are salmon pink and apple green, and so it represents our sorority.
And the Vice President is a member.
Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. We're so excited to see her come into the President's office.
I mean, this is a very big deal for your organization now, because this is an organization, a sisterhood, a sorority all over the country, at all levels of politics, corporate leadership, education, but now to think that one of your members might become president.
No, that is amazing. It means so much to our sorority. We are the first African-American college-educated sorority, and we were founded in 1908, and we strive on excellence, and Kamala Harris represents excellence for our sorority, and we were so proud to see her become the Vice President of the United States in November 2020, and now to see her be nominated to be the first African-American president for the United States is just amazing. Our sorority is elated.
So, salmon pink, apple green.
And apple green.
You see that in the crowd tonight? They're probably member AKA. Nora, back up to you.
Ed O'Keefe, thank you so much, and want to bring you up to date because just moments ago, President Biden tweeted this: Jill and I just spoke to Kamala Harris. We can't wait to watch her accept this historic nomination. Kamala and Tim will inspire a generation and lead us into the future. There you see the president and the first lady cheering on the vice president as she prepares to introduce herself to the nation in a new way as someone who, not as the vice president, but someone who wants to be commander-in-chief. Now, this section of the convention is focusing on gun violence. Georgia Representative Lucy McBath is speaking next. Her son was shot and killed 12 years ago while sitting in the back seat of a friend's car. In the wake of his death, McBath, a two-time breast cancer survivor, dedicated her life to gun reform. Let's listen.
Firsthand, the power of telling our stories. You've just heard mine, but there are many more to tell.
On December 14th, 2012, I walked into Sandy Hook School. I stopped at the office, chatted with my principal, then started my day with my second graders. Suddenly, a loud crash, like metal folding chairs falling. 154 gunshots blaring. Hiding in the coats, trying to sing with my students, trying to read to them, trying to drown out the sounds. Terror, crying, running. I carry that horrific day with me 20 beautiful first grade children, and 6 of my beautiful colleagues were killed. They should still be here.
It's 10:30 a.m. at Robb Elementary in Uvalde. The school is recognizing my 10-year-old daughter, Lexi, for receiving all A's. She receives a Good Citizen Award, and we pose for photos. She wears a St. Mary's sweatshirt and a smile that lights up the room. 30 minutes later, a gunman murders her, 18 classmates, and 2 teachers. We are taken to a private room where police tell us she isn't coming home. Uvalde is national news. Parents everywhere reach for their children. I reach out for the daughter I will never hold again.
My niece, Sandy Patrice, was 22. She drove to Myrtle Beach for sun and fun and motorcycle parades. Hours later, my phone rang. Shooting on the beach. No one can find Sandy. I stayed calm. You see, my mother, Patricia Ann, had been shot and killed by an abusive partner. I was calm then, too. I got to handling business. I called relatives, the police, hospitals, and I kept calling, voice steady, heartbeat pulsing. Then I was connected to the coroner. 10 years of waiting, and Sandy's murder is still unsolved. I'll keep calling, and I'll keep fighting.
I was in high school when my classmate got shot. It changed my story. Instead of worrying about taking a test, I started worrying about living to take another test. They say schools are for learning, and I did learn a lot that day. I learned how to run, how to hide and drop, that what happens in the news can happen to me. But I learned something else too, that we can write and must write a new story if we choose to.
Are stories of loss. But make no mistake, our losses do not weaken us. They strengthen our resolve. We will secure safer futures that we all deserve. We will organize. We will advocate. We will run for office. And we will join with Americans from small towns and big cities to keep our communities safe. And we will elect leaders like Kamala Harris, who won't just empathize, but will act.
And some powerful speeches there from mothers who lost their children in Sandy Hook and Uvalde. And they've just introduced former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, herself a mass shooting survivor and prominent gun control activist. In 2011, she was shot in the head during that mass shooting. It was one that left 6 people dead and 13 injured. She still suffers from aphasia. That's a brain disorder that affects how she speaks, and that's her husband, Senator Mark Kelly. Let's listen in now.
Hello, fellow Americans! I'm Gabby Giffords. I was born in the great state of Arizona! I was born with grit. I grew up racing motorcycles, mucking stalls, and exploring the beautiful desert. I fell for an astronaut. For 5 years, I served in Congress from a swing district. Everybody called me a rising star. Then on January 8th, 2011, a man tried to assassinate me. He shot 19 people. He killed 6. Terrible, terrible day. I almost died, but I fought for my life and I survived. I learned to walk again, one step at a time. I learned to talk again, one word at a time. So many people helped me as I worked hard to recover, including a decent man for Delaware who always checked in. He still does. Thank you, Joe Biden. Thank you for everything. Joe is a great president. My friend Kamala will be a great president. She is tough. She has grit. Kamala can beat the gun lobby. She can fight gun trafficking. Kamala stood up to Wall Street and the drug company. She will protect abortion access. She will defend our freedom. She saved lives. Join me in voting for Kamala Harris. Bravo! Thank you.
And Gabby Giffords, one of the most prominent gun control activists in the country, speaks out all of the time and has developed quite a following. And her husband, Senator Mark Kelly, the astronaut from Arizona, who was on the short list to become Vice President Harris's choice to be the #2 pick.
Can we just take a second and acknowledge Gabby Gifford, what she just did? I remember, we all remember when that shooting happened. And at first it was reported that she didn't make it, and then they quickly had to reverse the story. But I remember when she was first recovering, she couldn't really walk, she couldn't really talk. So to see her walking and talking and being as enthusiastic as she is, just really fills you up.
Yeah.
And that she's now using, talk about turning her pain into purpose. That is exactly what she's doing.
It's really amazing to hear her give a speech like that, because
Nancy.
I remember in the beginning for years, she would just speak in very short sentences. She could get some words out and not others. And so it's really impressive to see how far she's come.
And also to hear from a number of the mothers right before then, from Sandy Hook, Gail, you and I were there, to Uvalde, the pain that is still so raw for all of these families.
And that's why I think it's so important to hear the mothers and hear these stories, because for so many people it's a news story and everybody moves on, and these people are still living with this. Looks like Pink is about to take the stage.
We're about to hear from Pink and her daughter, Willow.
We're searchlights we can see in the dark. down the river too far. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answer? What about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? Oh, what about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? We have problems that want to be solved. We are children that need to be loved. We were willing, we came when you called. But man, you fooled us. Enough is enough. Oh, what about us? What about all the times you said you had the answer? What about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? Sticks and stones, they may break these bones, but then I'll be ready. Are you ready? I don't want control, I want to let go. I'll be ready. 'Cause now it's time to let them know. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answers? So what about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? What about us? What about us? What about us?
Poignant to hear from Pink and her daughter with that song, What About Us? Pink said she wrote that song because she said it was just another day I was angry about what's happening in the world, coming right after this discussion about gun violence.
And her daughter's incredibly talented, too. I'm still recovering from the beauty of that song.
Yeah, the two of them together are really nice to see that.
This is part of some of the performances and speeches we will hear tonight, all leading up to the Vice President Kamala Harris, and where she will introduce not only part of her personal story and biography that people may not be familiar with, Nancy, but also what she plans to do as President of the United States and Commander-in-Chief. What do we know about what she'll say?
She is going to lay out her approach to leadership. She wants to make it clear to the country that while she has been a partner to Joe Biden for the last 3.5 years, that she has her own style, her own vision. She is going to walk the country through her biography, growing up in Oakland, California, and then developing a dream of becoming a prosecutor because she had a good friend who was 14 years old who was being abused, and that set her down the path that has brought her here to Chicago, night 4 of the Democratic National Convention.
Let's listen now to Arizona Senator Mark Kelly.
Hello, Democrats. So, President Obama had to follow Michelle. I had to follow Gabby and Pink. Gabby amazes me every single day. She was able to walk out and address you tonight because she's a fighter. And thanks to a team of doctors, nurses, and especially her speech therapist. We all need a team. I've flown into space 4 times. I've flown into combat nearly 40 times. Not once did I do that by myself. It took a team to accomplish a mission. It always does. I flew in the Navy during the first Gulf War. America rallied our allies to kick out a tyrant who invaded a neighbor. Today, Vladimir Putin is testing whether we're still that strong. Iran, North Korea, and especially China watch closely. What's Trump's answer? He invited Russia to do, and these are his words, not mine, whatever the hell they want. Vice President Harris has always championed America's support for NATO, for Ukraine, and for the Ukrainian people. On the Senate Intelligence Committee, she investigated Russian interference in our election. She defends free and fair elections everywhere. You already know how Trump feels about those. Donald Trump skipped his intelligence briefings. He was too busy sucking up to dictators and dreaming of becoming one himself. Trump thinks that Americans who have made the ultimate sacrifice are suckers and losers. If we fall for that again and make him the commander-in-chief, the only suckers would be us. Kamala Harris knows that standing with our allies means standing up for Americans. She'll keep modernizing our military to support our troops and to support our veterans like our next Vice President, Tim Walz. The world laughs at Trump, literally. But folks, it is not funny. When he was president, that meant the world was laughing at us. The threats we face are too serious. The sacrifices our service members make are too sacred. The alliances we've spent decades building are too critical. That's what's at stake now. And the choice isn't even close. But in Arizona and nationwide, this election will be. We'll win in the same way we launch rockets into space and land fighter jets on an aircraft carrier as one team on one mission. State by state, voter by voter, coming together. No country is better than ours at solving big problems. So, on November 5th, let's prove that America is still the leader the world needs today by electing the leader we need right now, Kamala Harris. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Coming up, Governor Gretchen Whitmer, and later, Kamala Harris accepts the presidential nomination. You're watching CBS News coverage of the Democratic National Convention.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here? What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean in Did any of that make sense? What's your response?
What happened? Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has a glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original, 48 Hours, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Are you confident that there will be a peaceful transfer of power?
President Biden's first interview since his historic announcement on CBS Sunday Morning.
This week on CBS News 24/7, all-day coverage of the Democratic National Convention with special editions of America Decides and the Daily Report with John Dickerson, and followed by complete coverage from the CBS News political team live from Chicago. Stream all-day coverage this week here on CBS News 24/7.
Sunday Morning, the TV show that changed everything, plus actor Jude Law and second gentleman Doug Emhoff. Listen for the trumpet.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. Why aren't you holding yourself to that standard? It doesn't look like Congress is doing anything. What has to happen? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand, and that means a civil conversation with perspective.
Well, I have their attention, clearly, and they've gotten yours.
You'll be surprised at what the U.S. Commerce Secretary is responsible for.
We allowed manufacturing in this country to wither on the vine.
Gina Raimondo on 60 Minutes.
This was the day that I was sworn in.
Amid the chaos on Capitol Hill, this Democratic leader has been able to reach across the aisle to avert crisis and get some things done.
We were sent by the American people to solve problems.
Hakeem Jeffries explains how.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of the Democratic National Convention, where we will hear tonight from Vice President Kamala Harris. And want to go now to our senior White House correspondent, Weijia Jiang, because she is right near the stage where we will hear from the Vice President. It's called the podium position. And Weijia, you have a bird's eye view of everything that's happening there, center stage.
And Nora, when I look out, I see a sea of white. And that is because these women have chosen to wear it to honor the legacy of the suffragettes, those who fought so hard to give women the right to vote. And tonight, 104 years after the 19th Amendment gave women that right, it also represents what tonight means, how much progress women have made with its first ever Black and South Asian woman to become the presidential nominee in any major party. Of course, the theme of tonight is for the future. The centerpiece of her campaign for the vice president is freedom. And it is notable that just 2 days ago, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said that if Democrats control Congress, at the very top of the legislative agenda will be voting rights. But white is not only used to honor voting rights for women, but also other women's rights. In fact, the vice president wore this color back in November of 2020 when she made history back then as the vice president-elect. And that was also a nod to those who came before her, including Hillary Clinton, who wore white when she accepted the presidential nomination. Of course, Nora, when we're talking about the extraordinary things women do, what they wear is the last thing we want to talk about unless it holds so much significance. Back to you.
Weijia Jiang, thank you. That's right. And just as a reminder of the long fight by both women and minorities to get the right to vote, it was first proposed, the 19th Amendment, in Congress in 1878. And it took until 1919 when it was approved by both houses of Congress and then later ratified in 1920, the 19th Amendment that gave women the right to vote. So a long struggle that women recognizing tonight. I want to bring in our chief election campaign correspondent, Robert Costa. And I understand, Robert, you have some new reporting on the state of this race. Robert?
I've been checking in, Nora. Good to be with you. With two presidents, two people close to those two presidents. President Biden in California tonight did speak with Vice President Harris. I'm told by people close to him, he's at ease. He's with the First Lady. He feels good about where the Democratic Party is with this convention. And he's trying to give his partner in power, his partner in governing, some space tonight to take command of the party, to really be the Democratic nominee and show the country she's ready to be president. Another president who's watching all of this very closely in Arizona is former President Donald Trump. He is going to focus in the coming days on immigration and border security. And his top aides tell me he is ready to go to political war in the coming weeks, highlighting his position on the economy and the border. But it's such a reckoning for both of these parties to have a new nominee for the Democrats in just under a month since all of the tumult in June and July of this summer. When I was with President Biden in the residence just a few weeks ago, he pointed up at a portrait of former President Ulysses S. Grant, and he said to me, this is really about the country, when he was talking about his decision, talking about the Union back then during the Civil War, and he said the future of democracy in the Union now. High stakes in the eyes of both of these presidents, former President Trump, President Biden, and a possible future president on stage tonight, but she sure has quite a campaign ahead.
Robert Costa, thank you so much. Let's head now to the convention floor with Tony DeCopel. Good evening, Tony.
Hey, good evening, Nora. You know, there have been a concerted effort tonight to endorse Kamala Harris, not just as the next president, but as the next commander-in-chief, and of course, the first female commander-in-chief. I've been looking around for a reaction to that, and turns out just over my shoulder was Congresswoman Yvette Clarke from my home district of Brooklyn. Yvette Clarke, Congresswoman, thank you very much for talking to us tonight about this effort to endorse Kamala Harris as not just president, but commander-in-chief. What do you make of it?
I think it's important. It's important for our nation to know that we have someone poised to become president of the United States who understands the need to defend our nation against, foreign entities, whether that be through deploying troops, setting up a military structure that is vigilant, or on the internet, where we know we're constantly under threat from foreign entities.
Congresswoman, in your political career, you've been opposed to the Iraq War. You've been critical of the Patriot Act. What kind of commander-in-chief do you think Kamala Harris will be?
Well, I think she's going to strengthen NATO. We have really embarked upon understanding a new dynamic in the ever-changing global society that we live in. And to his credit, President Biden has done some extraordinary work in bringing NATO together, understanding the threats we face right now, whether it's in Ukraine or the Middle East. I think Kamala Harris will build on that and bring her unique skills to bear in that regard.
And finally, Congresswoman, the American flag has a prominent place at this convention this time around. Why, and what do you think it's saying to the country, to the Republican Party, about our politics right now?
Well, I think what this convention says is that we are mature enough to understand that unity is our strength. And under the banner of the beautiful red, white, and blue, our flag, we stand as patriots in making sure that we move our nation forward with leadership, with integrity, with leadership that understands the dynamics of the 21st century requires that we bring people together and not separate them.
Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And on a totally different topic, Nora, as I toss back to you, Gayle King, the Congresswoman, joins me in inviting you once again over the river into Brooklyn. It's a beautiful borough. You should visit it sometime, at least more frequently than you have. Please. It's great.
I'm getting my passport updated. Thank you very much.
You bet.
We know you have a grandchildren in Los Angeles, and if you have any free time, you're going to visit those grandkids. And
plain smoking.
We have received some early excerpts of what we will hear from Kamala Harris tonight. And on that question that Tony was just raising, about Commander-in-Chief, she is going to make the case tonight that Donald Trump is an unserious man, in her words. Dangerous. This is extremely serious. Nancy, what else will she talk about?
She is going to contrast her vision with Donald Trump. She is going to go there, I'm told. She is going to talk about him. She's going to talk about how dangerous, in her view, he is for the country. And she's going to talk very explicitly about Project 2025, this blueprint that conservative Republicans have put forward, that they have gone back to time and time again here at the Democratic Convention. Donald Trump now says he doesn't know anything about it, but these are close allies of his who have put it together, and she is going to work once again to link it with Donald Trump.
Just want to point out that on the stage right now are veterans, lawmakers who are veterans, and that's what these American flags are about, is showing that this is a party that is pro-military, that is pro-national security, and protects the rights of veterans.
That's exactly right, Nora. And it's one thing for a candidate to assert some things. One of the things they've been trying to do for 4 days is say, here is a story of America and the story of the party, and we can drop the nominee into that. And so, to your point, Nora, the number of veterans who have testified about their own service, Senator Kelly, Ruben Gallego, who's just up there with all those veterans, Adam Kinzinger, the former congressman, who's also a veteran, will be speaking. It puts the party in the conversation about the military as if it's a natural thing, and that helps with her credentials as much as anything she may say.
It's an excellent point. You can hear the cheering behind me because this is Michigan's Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
Gretchen Whitmer. In Lansing, they call me governor. But in Detroit, they call me Big Gretch. Donald Trump called me that woman from Michigan as an insult. Being a woman from Michigan is a badge of honor. Like women across America, we just GSD. Get stuff done. At 29, I joined the sandwich generation. Sandwiched between working and raising my newborn and caring for my mom, who was dying from brain cancer. It was hard, but not extraordinary. It's life. Those nights reminded me who I was fighting for. People just trying to make it. Kamala Harris knows who she's fighting for, too. She took care of her mom, who also battled cancer. As president, she'll fight to lower the cost of health care and elder care for every family. She's lived a life like ours. She knows us. Donald Trump doesn't know you at all. You think he understands that when your car breaks down, you can't get to work? No. His first word was probably chauffeur. You think he's ever had to take items out of the cart before checking out? Hell, you think he's ever been to a grocery store? That's what the chauffeur is for. But Kamala Harris, she gets us. She sees us. She is us. Look, we've all lived through a lot of history over the past few years. Floods and fires, an attempted coup, a plot, and a pandemic. It's exhausting. We don't know what the next 4 years will bring. But what we do know is this. Through it all, your life won't stop. You're going to have to get to work, pick up the kids, and pay your bills. And then one day, when you're just trying to get everyone out the door, a news alert goes off. Something happened. Something hit the fan. You'll ask, is my family going to be okay? And then you'll ask, who the hell is in charge? What if it's him? What if it's that man from Mar-a-Lago? I know, in a crisis, we need someone strong enough to come up with a plan, to tell the truth, and to bring people together. Right now, before the crisis, is when we get to choose. Why wouldn't we choose the leader who's tough, tested, and a total badass? I know who I want as our commander-in-chief. America, let's choose Kamala Harris.
And that was Michigan's Governor Gretchen Whitmer ahead. Presidential nominee Kamala Harris takes the stage. We'll be right back.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why? You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that?
Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
Did any of that make sense?
Have you What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
this case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 Hours, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. Why aren't you holding yourself to that standard? It doesn't look like Congress is doing anything. What has to happen? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
Sunday Morning, the TV show that changed everything, plus actor Jude Law and second gentleman Doug Emhoff. Listen for the trumpet.
Well, I have their attention, clearly, and they've gotten yours.
You'll be surprised at what the U.S. Commerce Secretary is responsible for.
We allowed manufacturing in this country to wither on the vine.
Gina Raimondo on 60 Minutes.
This was the day that I was sworn in.
Sunday Morning, Harry and Meghan, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, plus former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi on the art of governing. Listen for the trumpet.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I'll see you in the morning.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of the Democratic National Convention. And now we're going to hear from the former Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger, representing Illinois. You might remember in the wake of the 2020 election, Kinzinger became known for his criticism of Trump's attempts to overturn the election. Let's listen in now.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm Adam Kinzinger, and I am proud to be in the trenches with you as part of this sometimes awkward alliance that we have to defend truth, defend democracy, and decency. I was just a kid when I was drawn to the party of Ronald Reagan, to his vision of a strong America, the shining city on a hill. I was a Republican for 12 years in Congress, and I still hold on to the label. I never thought I'd be here, but listen, you never thought you'd see me here, did you? But I've learned something about the Democratic Party, and I want to let my fellow Republicans in on the secret. The Democrats are as patriotic as us. They love this country just as much as we do. And they are as eager to defend American values at home and abroad as we conservatives have ever been. I was relieved to discover that because I've learned something about my party too, something I couldn't ignore. The Republican Party is no longer conservative. It has switched its allegiance from the principles that gave it purpose to a man whose only purpose is himself. Donald Trump is a weak man pretending to be strong. He is a small man pretending to be big. He's a faithless man pretending to be righteous. He's a perpetrator who can't stop playing the victim. He puts on, listen, he puts on quite a show, but there is no real strength there. As a conservative and a veteran, I believe true strength lies in defending the vulnerable. It's in protecting your family. It's in standing up for our Constitution and our democracy. That is the soul of being a conservative. It used to be the soul of being a Republican, but Donald Trump has suffocated the soul of the Republican Party. His fundamental weakness has coursed through my party like an illness, sapping our strength, softening our spine, whipping us into a fever that has untethered us from our values. Our democracy was frayed by the events of January 6th, as Donald Trump's deceit and dishonor led to a siege on the United States Capitol. That day, I stood witness to a profound sorrow, the desecration of our sacred tradition of peaceful transition of power, tarnished by a man too fragile, too vain, and too weak to accept defeat. How can a party claim to be patriotic if it idolizes a man who tried to overthrow a free and fair election? How can a party claim to stand for liberty if it sees a fight for freedom in Ukraine, an attack pitting tyranny against democracy, a challenge to everything our nation claims to be, and it retreats, it equivocates, it nominates a man who is weirdly obsessed with Putin, and his running mate who said, quote, "I don't care what happens in Ukraine." Yeah, and he wants to be vice president. Yeah. How can a party claim to be conservative when it tarnishes the gifts that our forebears fought for? Men like my grandfather, who served in World War II, who believed in a cause bigger than himself, and he risked his life for it behind enemy lines. To preserve American democracy, his generation found the courage to face down armies. Listen, all we're asked to do is to summon the courage to stand up to one weak man. Some have questioned why I've taken the stand I have. The answer is really simple, ladies and gentlemen. We must put country first. And tonight, as a Republican speaking before you, I'm putting our country first. Because the fact is, I do belong here. I know Kamala Harris shares my allegiance to the rule of law, the Constitution, and democracy. And she is dedicated to upholding all three in service to our country. Whatever policies we disagree on pale in comparison with those fundamental matters of principle, of decency, and of fidelity to this nation. Listen, to my fellow Republicans, if you still pledge allegiance to those principles, I suspect you belong here too. Because democracy knows no party. It's a living, breathing ideal that defines us as a nation. It's the bedrock that separates us from tyranny, and when that foundation is fractured, we must all stand together, united, to strengthen it. If you think those principles are worth defending, then I urge you, make the right choice. Vote for our bedrock values, and vote for Kamala Harris. God bless you.
Please welcome lawyer, policy advocate, and sister
Remarkable
of the
to
Vice
hear
President,
from a Republican
Maya
congressman
Harris.
saying that the American people should vote for Kamala Harris. We can talk more about this, but I don't want to interrupt Maya Harris, who is the younger sister of Kamala Harris. Let's listen.
Hello, Chicago. In 1958, a 19-year-old from India left the only country she'd ever known to chart her own path in America. She came here to pursue an education, but she stayed here to build a life. Her name was Dr. Kamala Gopalan Harris. But we called her Mommy. Mommy was so many things to so many people. A civil rights activist, a scientist, a devoted mother to her 2 little girls. But most of all, Mommy was a trailblazer who defied the odds and defined herself. And when it came to Kamala and me, Mommy had great expectations for us, but she had even greater expectations of us. She raised us to believe that we could be and do anything. And we believed her. You see, Mommy understood the power and the possibility that come with knowing and showing who you truly are. She knew we could be the authors of our own stories, just as she'd been the author of her own. Mommy's journey and the opportunity that she wanted for Kamala and me, that's a distinctly American story. We may all have different histories, different struggles, or different perspectives, but what binds us together is the fervent desire to be free, to fulfill our God-given potential. Kamala's entire life has been about fighting for each of us to have that freedom. And like so many Americans, Kamala knows what it's like to be underestimated and be counted out. She knows what it's like to be the underdog and yet still beat the odds. And now, she has created so much electricity, so much optimism, so much joy throughout the nation, and it is why we need her leadership in this historic moment. We are living in a time when some are trying to divide us, to separate us in ways that make it difficult for us to come together. Well, look, my sister rejects that view. Where others push darkness, Kamala sees promise. Where others feel detachment, Kamala fosters connection. Where others want to drag us back to the past, my sister says, hold up now, we are not going back. Because Kamala understands we have so much more in common than what separates us. She knows the measure of our success isn't just winning an election. It's about who we bring along and lift up in the process. And so as I look out at all of you today and take in this incredible moment, I so wish that Mommy could be here tonight. I can just see her smiling, saying how proud she is of Kamala. And then, without missing a beat, she'd say, that's enough, you got work to do. She would tell all of us to roll up our sleeves and get to work, to elect a leader who sees the potential in each of us, a leader who cares for all of us, a leader who fights for every one of us. Our Democratic nominee, my big sister, the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Please welcome North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper.
Hello, America. I'm Roy Cooper, the last guy standing between you and the moment we're all waiting for. So I'm going to get right to it. All week, you've heard stories about my friend Kamala. I want to take you behind the scenes of one of them. 2011 was a rough time for American homeowners. Hundreds of thousands were losing their homes to illegal foreclosure. I was Attorney General in North Carolina, while Kamala had just become California's. All the AGs were close to a settlement with the big banks, and it was a pretty good deal. Would have meant $4 billion for California families who'd been ripped off. I know that sounds like a lot, but Kamala said, hang on a minute. I've met these families. I know what they've been through, and they deserve more. She went toe-to-toe with some of the world's most powerful executives, and she refused to give in. Let me tell you, this was a huge risk, but she knew it was a risk worth taking. That's Kamala. And we all know what happened. The banks caved. That $4 billion for California families became $20 billion. That was the first time I witnessed Kamala in action. And what I saw was a leader who does exactly what she says she's going to do, who never will settle for less. America, we got a lot of big fights ahead of us, and we've got one hell of a fighter ready to take them on. I know that because I know her. And tonight, I want the American people to know, even if you don't agree with her on everything, Kamala Harris will fight for you to the very end. For families who need better health care or a safer place to live, Kamala will fight for you. For parents who want better schools for their kids, for workers worried about a secure retirement for themselves, Kamala will fight for you. For any one of our allies, anywhere in the world, wondering if America still has your back, remember this: Kamala will fight for you. And when she fights, we win. Kamala's ready. Kamala's ready. The question is, are we? Are we going to stand up and fight for Kamala like she'll stand up and fight for us? All right. If you're ready, my home state of North Carolina, stand up. Stand up, Pennsylvania. Stand up, Michigan. Stand up, Wisconsin. Stand up, Georgia. Stand up, Nevada. Stand up, Arizona. Stand up, America. Are we going to stand up? Are we going to fight? Are we going to vote? Are we going to win? You bet we are. Let's go get them.
We are moments away from hearing Vice President Kamala Harris and the speaking slot before her given to North Carolina's governor. The reason that's one of those 7 battleground states, probably the toughest of all 7 for a Democrat to win, but an electorally rich state in terms of electoral votes. And you heard the governor there shouting out all of those important states that the Democrats need for victory.
Do you think that was on purpose, Nora? He's just calling out random states.
No, those were the battleground
there was
states.
some strategery involved there.
There absolutely was. And I noticed that line, too. Kamala is ready. The question is,
are we ready for her? I always like it, guys, when you've had a week like this where you've heard great speeches and you hear a line we go, ooh, I haven't heard that one before. That was a line that I thought, well done, Governor Cooper.
Call and response always works well in this room. North Carolina is a state that they've struggled with in the past, but they think is winnable this year. They believe there's a big governor's race coming up because Roy Cooper is about to be term limited out. There is a Republican candidate, Mark Robinson, who they believe is weak. He's very far right. He said some really controversial things that they don't think will play well in North Carolina. Abortion is a big issue there, so they think that North Carolina's on the table. That's one reason that Roy Cooper got that plum speaking spot tonight. The other reason is he goes way back with Kamala Harris. They were both state attorneys general. They have worked together for years. She has visited North Carolina again and again throughout her vice presidency. I think it's the 16th or 17th time that she's gone to North Carolina to visit him, and he was on the short list for vice president.
But then he pulled out, didn't he? Didn't he remove himself from consideration?
He pulled out, and he said that he needed to stay in North Carolina because this controversial lieutenant governor, who we were just talking about, he thought that he would, try to take over when he was out of the state.
And North Carolina has that rule when he's out of the state that he actually, I believe, power shifts to the lieutenant governor. So it wasn't just. The other thing about North Carolina is it's a reminder of how much this race has changed. The map, we knew about the 7 battleground states, but nobody was talking about North Carolina as a viable option for Joe Biden. Also not really, also slipping away were Arizona, Georgia, and Nevada, other Sunbelt states, fast-growing states with a new population, younger population. Those are now in play with her in a way that they weren't with Joe Biden. And why is that important? She may or may not get those states, but it forces her opponent to spend time in those states. He can't just sit in a limited number of states. He's now got to play in all 7. And that is it's a drain on resources, which include his time and his money.
It's an excellent point. I want to check in now with Robert Costa, who has some new reporting. Robert?
To build on what John was talking about in the NC2, I've been talking to the Harris campaign, and they say Governor Cooper was on stage tonight, not just to talk about North Carolina and to make a play for that state, but it's about making a play for the Deep South. We're here in Chicago. We hear so much about the industrial Midwest. I love the Midwest. These campaigns love the Midwest. But the Democrats believe when you look at a state like Georgia, there's opportunity there. 2 Democratic senators elected in 2021. They want to start to make inroads. Where is Sean Fain, the head of the UAW, going? Chattanooga, Tennessee. They see an opportunity to unionize in the Deep South and to grow the Democratic coalition. A lot of people moving there to that part of the country because of the cost of living, moving away from some of the more major urban areas of this country. So when we talk about the Sun Belt, we talked about the industrial Midwest, those are the battlegrounds. But the Deep South, as much a battleground as any out there. And former President Trump knows it. He keeps going back to Georgia. And what did Trump just do moments ago? He praised Georgia Governor Brian Kemp, his sometime foil, on social media. An example of how Trump recognizes he might need to mend those relationships in Georgia to keep it in play.
It's an excellent point and a sign that the Trump campaign may be worried, as Robert points out, that Donald Trump trying to mend some fences. Let's go now to Ed O'Keefe, who is in the midst of the California delegation, the home state of Kamala Harris. Ed?
Nora, they have handed out these placards with her name on them for her arrival. Her husband, Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman, their children are in the front row with her brother-in-law and her young nieces. Just behind them, the California governor, the former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, and this crowd watching a biographical video about her. Remember, the thought was they might all be attending a funeral, the Democrats, if Joe Biden had stayed in. Instead, it's a wedding, many have said.
And there she is. to Beyonce's Freedom.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, let's get to business. Let's get to business. All right. So let me start by thanking my most incredible husband, Doug, for being an incredible partner to me, an incredible father to Cole and Ella, and happy anniversary, Dougie. I love you so very much. To our President Joe Biden, when I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude. Your record is extraordinary, as history will show, and your character is inspiring. And Doug and I love you and Jill and are forever thankful to you both. And to Coach Tim Walz, you are going to be an incredible vice president. To the delegates and everyone who has put your faith in our campaign, your support is humbling. So, America, the path that led me here in recent weeks was no doubt unexpected. But I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys. So, my mother, our mother, Kamala Harris, had one of her own. And I miss her every day, and especially right now. And I know she's looking down, smiling. I know that. So my mother was 19 when she crossed the world alone, traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist who would cure breast cancer. When she finished school, she was supposed to return home to a traditional arranged marriage. But as fate would have it, she met my father, Donald Harris, a student from Jamaica. They fell in love and got married, and that act of self-determination made my sister Maya and me. Growing up, we moved a lot. I will always remember that big Mayflower truck packed with all our belongings, ready to go to Illinois, to Wisconsin, and wherever our parents' jobs took us. My early memories of our parents together are very joyful ones. A home filled with laughter and music, Aretha, Coltrane, and Miles. At the park, my mother would say, "Stay close." But my father would say, as he smiled, "Run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you." From my earliest years, he taught me to be fearless. But the harmony between my parents did not last. When I was in elementary school, they split up. And it was mostly my mother who raised us. Before she could finally afford to buy a home, she rented a small apartment in the East Bay. In the Bay, you either live in the hills or the flatlands. We lived in the flats. A beautiful working-class neighborhood of firefighters, nurses, and construction workers, all who tended their lawns with pride. My mother, she worked long hours, and like many working parents, she leaned on a trusted circle to help raise us. Mrs. Shelton, who ran the daycare below us and became a second mother. Uncle Sherman, Aunt Mary, Uncle Freddie, Auntie Chris. None of them family by blood, and all of them family by love. Family who taught us how to make gumbo, how to play chess, and sometimes even let us win. Family who loved us, believed in us, and told us we could be anything and do anything. They instilled in us the values they personified: community, faith, and the importance of treating others as you would want to be treated, with kindness, respect, and compassion. My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall, brown woman with an accent. And as the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her. But my mother never lost her cool. She was tough, courageous, a trailblazer in the fight for women's health, and she taught Maya and me a lesson that Michelle mentioned the other night. She taught us to never complain about injustice, but do something about it. Do something about it. That was my mother. And she taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half-assed. And that is a direct quote. A direct quote. I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement. My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley. Those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work. I wanted to be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue, I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school, and there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day I asked if everything was all right, and she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather. And I immediately told her she had to come stay with us, and she did. This is one of the reasons I became a prosecutor, to protect people like Wanda, because I believe everyone has a right to safety, to dignity, and to justice. As a prosecutor, when I had a case, I charged it not in the name of the victim, but in the name of the people. For a simple reason. In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us. And I would often explain this to console survivors of crime, to remind them no one should be made to fight alone. We are all in this together. And every day, in the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge, and I said 5 words: Kamala Harris for the people. And to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people. And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America. And with this election, our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward. Not as members of any one party or faction, but as Americans. And let me say, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want you to know, I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self, to hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power. I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations, a president who leads and listens, who is realistic, practical and has common sense and always fights for the American people. From the courthouse to the White House, that has been my life's work. As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, California, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks, delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure, and helped pass a homeowner Bill of Rights, one of the first of its kind in the nation. I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges, for workers who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due, for seniors facing elder abuse. I fought against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings, who threaten the security of our border and the safety of our communities. And I will tell you, these fights were not easy, and neither were the elections that put me in those offices. We were underestimated at practically every turn, but we never gave up, because the future is always worth fighting for. A fight for America's future. Fellow Americans, this election is not only the most important of our lives, it is one of the most important in the life of our nation. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. When he failed, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol, where they assaulted law enforcement officers. When politicians in his own party begged him to call off the mob and send help, he did the opposite. He fanned the flames. And now, for an entirely different set of crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans, and separately found liable for committing sexual abuse. And consider what he intends to do if we give him power again. Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol. His explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy. His explicit intent to deploy our active duty military against our own citizens. Consider the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution. Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails, and how he would use the immense powers of the presidency of the United States. Not to improve your life, not to strengthen our national security, but to serve the only client he has ever had, himself. And we know what a second Trump term would look like. It's all laid out in Project 2025, written by his closest advisors, and its sum total is to pull our country back to the past. But America, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going back to when he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools. We are not going to let him end programs like Head Start that provide preschool and child care for our children. America, we are not going back. And we are charting a new way forward. Forward to a future with a strong and growing middle class, because we know a strong middle class has always been critical to America's success. And building that middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. And I'll tell you, this is personal for me. The middle class is where I come from. My mother kept a strict budget. We lived within our means, yet we wanted for little. And she expected us to make the most of the opportunities that were available to us and to be grateful for them. Because, as she taught us, opportunity is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed. Whether you live in a rural area, small town, or big city. And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners and entrepreneurs and American companies to create jobs, to grow our economy, and to lower the cost of everyday needs like health care and housing and groceries. We will provide access to capital for small business owners and entrepreneurs and founders. And we will end America's housing shortage and protect Social Security and Medicare. Now compare that to Donald Trump, because I think everyone here knows he doesn't actually fight for the middle class. He doesn't actually fight for the middle class. Instead, he fights for himself and his billionaire friends. And he will give them another round of tax breaks that will add up to $5 trillion to the national debt. And all the while, he intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by almost $4,000 a year. Well, instead of a Trump tax hike, we will pass a middle-class tax cut that will benefit more than 100 million Americans. Friends, I believe America cannot truly be prosperous unless Americans are fully able to make their own decisions about their own lives, especially on matters of heart and home. But tonight, in America, too many women are not able to make those decisions. And let's be clear about how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked members of the United States Supreme Court to take away reproductive freedom. And now he brags about it. In his words, quote, "I did it and I'm proud to have done it," end quote. Well, I'll tell you, over the past 2 years, I've traveled across our country, and women have told me their stories. Husbands and fathers have shared theirs. Stories of women miscarrying in a parking lot, developing sepsis, losing the ability to ever again have children, all because doctors are afraid they may go to jail for caring for their patients. Couples just trying to grow their family, cut off in the middle of IVF treatments. Children who have survived sexual assault, potentially being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. This is what's happening in our country because of Donald Trump. And understand, he is not done. As a part of his agenda, he and his allies would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress. And get this, he plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions. Simply put, they are out of their minds. And one must ask, why exactly is it that they don't trust women? Well, we trust women. We trust women. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. In this election, many other fundamental freedoms are at stake. The freedom to live safe from gun violence in our schools, communities, and places of worship. The freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and live free from the pollution that fuels the climate crisis. And the freedom that unlocks all the others, the freedom to vote. With this election, we finally have the opportunity to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. And let me be clear. After decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades. The Border Patrol endorsed it. But Donald Trump believes a border deal would hurt his campaign. So he ordered his allies in Congress to kill the deal. Well, I refuse to play politics with our security, and here is my pledge to you. As president, I will bring back the bipartisan border security bill that he killed, and I will sign it into law. to our proud heritage as a nation of immigrants and reform our broken immigration system. We can create an earned pathway to citizenship and secure our border. And America, we must also be steadfast in advancing our security and values abroad. As Vice President, I have confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened our alliances, and engaged with our brave troops overseas. As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. And I will fulfill our sacred obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor and never disparage their service and their sacrifice. I will make sure that we lead the world into the future on space and artificial intelligence, that America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century, and that we strengthen, not abdicate, our global leadership. Trump, on the other hand, threatened to abandon NATO. He encouraged Putin to invade our allies, said Russia could, quote, do whatever the hell they want. 5 days before Russia attacked Ukraine, I met with President Zelensky to warn him about Russia's plan to invade. I helped mobilize a global response, over 50 countries, to defend against Putin's aggression. President, I will stand strong with Ukraine and our NATO allies. With respect to the war in Gaza, President Biden and I are working around the clock, because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done. And let me be clear, I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7. Including unspeakable sexual violence and the massacre of young people at a music festival. At the same time, what has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. So many innocent lives lost. Desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety over and over again. The scale of suffering is heartbreaking. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination. And know this, I will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend our forces and our interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un, who are rooting for Trump, Because, you know, they know They know he is easy to manipulate with flattery and favors. They know Trump won't hold autocrats accountable because he wants to be an autocrat himself. And as president, I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals, because in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs. So fellow Americans, I love our country with all my heart. Everywhere I go, in everyone I meet, I see a nation that is ready to move forward, ready for the next step in the incredible journey that is America. I see an America where we hold fast to the fearless belief that built our nation and inspired the world, that here in this country, anything is possible, that nothing is out of reach. An America where we care for one another, look out for one another, and recognize that we have so much more in common than what separates us. That none of us has to fail for all of us to succeed. And that in unity there is strength. You know, our opponents in this race are out there every day denigrating America, talking about how terrible everything is. Well, my mother had another lesson she used to teach. Never let anyone tell you who you are. You show them who you are. America, let us show each other and the world who we are and what we stand for. Freedom, opportunity, compassion, dignity, fairness, and endless possibilities. We are the heirs to the greatest democracy in the history of the world. And on behalf of our children and our grandchildren and all those who sacrificed so dearly for our freedom and liberty, we must be worthy of this moment. It is now our turn to do what generations before us have done, guided by optimism and faith, to fight for this country we love, to fight for the ideals we cherish, and to uphold the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth, the privilege and pride of being an American. Chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told. Thank you. God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you all.
Well, if you didn't think you knew Kamala Harris before, you may know her now. This was a powerful, strong speech. It started off about biography, an extraordinary journey that her mother at the age of 19 crossed an ocean by herself, in a story that can only happen in America, as she said. But the back half of this speech was tough.
I also thought to start, what a amazing, hell of an anniversary. It's her 10th wedding anniversary that she started paying tribute to her husband. There he is on stage with her. You know, I thought we really, Nora, got a sense of her, but I thought she went much further than I thought she was going to do. She touched on nearly every hot button issue.
Absolutely.
And took it straight on. She was very, very strident, very adamant about where she stands.
Well, first of all, this is the cleanest, biggest audience she will have, because there will be a debate, but that'll be chopped up, and this was her most direct moment to deliver. And what she delivered was not just her record and not just a very strong indictment of Donald Trump and her positions, but a definition of America, and an America out of which she grew. A middle-class America surrounded by nurses, firefighters, a blended family. One of the best lines, just as a matter of just rhetoric, none of the family bound by blood, but all of them bound by love, a family bound by love. She defined the America she came out of, and then is basically prosecuting the case to defend that America.
When she said, too, guys, we must be worthy of this moment, people were wondering, is she going to meet this moment? I think she did. You know, I think for many people, you've seen Kamala in a different light, the way she walks, the way she talks, and she seems very, very secure and very confident in what she believes and what she's going to do.
And here come the balloons. There are 100,000 of them, we're told. And the campaign said beforehand that one of her main goals was to create a contrast between herself and Donald Trump. And boy, did she go there. Among the most memorable lines in this speech, he wants to be an autocrat. She said that autocrats know that he is easy to manipulate with flattery and favors. And she asked, why exactly is it that they don't trust women?
And then she said, well, we trust women.
Yes.
She went there. I can't remember hearing a major party candidate or a president of the United States talk about access to birth control, medication abortion, sepsis that women face, women's health, children's health care, all of that. When she talked about and accused the Trump administration of trying to issue a nationwide abortion ban and more, she said, simply put, they are out of their minds. I use the word tough because Governor Walz says they're weird. Kamala Harris said today they're out of their minds.
And the way she delivered that line, too, Nora, was also very deliberate. She said, imagine a Donald Trump with no guardrails. Donald Trump, she said, is an unserious man, but the consequences of putting back in office is extremely serious. She went there, too, Nancy, as you said, when she took on Donald Trump directly, too.
Right, and I think women often have a higher bar to cross, particularly when it comes to looking tough, when it comes to national security. And on that point, she said, I have negotiated with foreign leaders. I have interacted with our troops, and I will never waver in my support of the United States.
Yeah, you could have, the foreign policy portion of the speech, you could have just, that could have been John McCain in 2008. And so there was, that was consistent with all of what we saw before. But the idea of her story could only happen in America, and her argument is, and unless we defend it, that America will go away. That is a call to be inspired by her story, but it also contains that other part, which is the peril.
Let's check in with Tony DeCopel, who is on the convention floor. Tony?
Nora, I am on the convention floor, but that floor is now covered up to my waist in balloons. I think the confetti's in the air, the big balloons are flying, and the 2024 Democratic National Convention is definitely in the books, and people are loving it down here. Chuck Schumer, was he dancing, was he prancing? I just saw him go by. We've got cheers, we've got a certain underwater quality as people dodge the balloons, a certain concert quality as people wait and enjoy the music. And I will leave the reviewing of the content to you, but the emotion and the feeling down here is, I don't know, 7-year-old's birthday party is how I would put it. There is joy and there's not a lot of thinking. It's a good time.
All right, let's check in now with Ed O'Keefe. Ed?
Nora, there was no Beyonce, no Taylor Swift, but 100,000 balloons are falling from the ceiling. The Democrats went out of their way to make very clear, red, white, blue, no gold balloons. You remember at the Republican convention, Donald Trump asked for gold. None of those here tonight. The crowd wrapped in attention throughout this speech, listening as the vice president described her life story and laid out pretty quickly what she'd do domestically and on foreign policy, especially loving those lines about how this is the greatest country in the world, how she loves this country, how it was only possible here for her parents to meet. The sign, as Tony and others have observed throughout the week, that patriotism really is now a big theme for this party as they try to unite the country and win enough votes to hold on to the White House. Just a lot of balloons, Nora. To be perfectly honest.
So many balloons that you're at a loss for words. That's hard to believe, Ed O'Keefe, but thank you.
You're up to the knees.
Well, you made an excellent point. I had forgotten about the gold balloons at the Republican National Convention, but patriotism, a strong theme all of this week with the flags, with the big signs that said USA. You would think you could be at the Olympics almost, the patriotism that was displayed here all this week. Nancy?
And you think that Ed's joking about the gold balloon thing, but actually no, we got an email from the campaign that says point blank, there are no gold balloons in the Democratic National Convention balloon drop, just red, white, and blue. Obviously, Donald Trump, a big fan of gold. Trump Tower covered in gold. There have always been jokes about the gold toilet in the bathroom at Trump Tower. No gold here tonight.
Well, the concern about people not knowing who she is and what she stands for, I certainly think that she answered that question tonight.
Agreed. She not only laid out her own biography, talked about her motivation for becoming a prosecutor. She had a classmate who had been the victim of sexual abuse. She talked about where she was from.
And Nora, think about, let's stop there for a second about the classmate who was a victim of sexual abuse. Back then, it was unheard of to even discuss. Most of us didn't even know that such a thing was possible. So for her at that young age to be exposed to that and say to her friend, you can come with me, and that influenced her decision to later be a prosecutor, I think is extremely powerful.
She also, in talking about January 6th, she also reminded people that she's a member of law enforcement as a prosecutor, which I thought was an interesting way to contextualize. She was always be concerned, she said, about the safety and security of the United States.
And one tiny little thing, Donald Trump's argument is make America great again. This speech said America's already great.
Robert Costa is on the floor as well. Robert?
As we watch the balloons fall, we are all also witnessing something dramatic in real time, the beginning of a tug of war of the nation's civic fabric. You have a former president who told me earlier this week over the phone that he sees the Democrats as a corrupt party, a party that's a disaster in power. He casts them as a party that would bring the country further into darkness. Here at this convention, you had a nominee introducing herself to the country, but also warning the country that in her view, Donald Trump is a threat fundamentally to American democracy. This is not a red versus blue ideological battle. This is not a typical campaign. This is a new chapter, as she said, in the American story. But we're looking ahead to something that could be tumultuous for the country as it deals with two parties truly pulling at the definition of what it means to be an American.
Robert Costa, thank you. And history made here tonight in Chicago. Vice President Kamala Harris is now the first Black and South Asian woman to officially be the presidential nominee for a major political party in the United States. Just take that in. We just witnessed that. Election Day is in 75 days, and the campaign sprint officially begins now, and we will cover it every step of the way. And that is the close of this year's Democratic National Convention. A big thank you to our correspondents, analysts, and contributors and crew. And for all of us here at CBS News, thank you for joining us. I'm Nora O'Donnell. Good night.
Washington is the seat of power, national security, foreign policy.